Good morning, commissioners. I'm so happy to see you here today for Operations and Planning Committee business. So let's get started with business, beginning with item number 1, vacancy of vice chair role and upcoming election. Can you guys hear me?
No, we can.
Now we can.
Now because you put your picture on. When we can see you, you're cutting in and out.
Wow, my camera has automatically went off.
Because that actually happened last time where you were cutting in and out. Remember last meeting?
Chair Hayes-White, I think it might be better with your connection if you leave your video off for now until it gets.
Okay. But you can hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Let's start with item number 1, vacancy of vice chair role and upcoming election. Commissioners, it saddens me to announce the resignation of Dr. Stacy Adler. And I would like to thank Dr. Adler for her service to the Advisory Commission on Special Education. It was a pleasure to work and learn beside her. There is now a vacancy for the vice chair position. Today, during communications and announcements, we will begin the election process to fill this vacancy. All right. Commissioners, any questions on item number 1? Moving forward to item number 2, the annual ACSE Legislation Day Capitol Visit. Pre-COVID, the Commission, as one body, annually visit the Capitol during the month of April. We met with the staff of our state senators and legislative members, shared our annual report, and met with other staff within the governor's office, etc. And we really had fun, and we got a chance to see how legislation works across the street. And I would like, who remembers going to the Capitol? Ooh, Janine, can you please share your experience with going across the street?
It was inspiring, exhilarating. It was great to learn from the veteran commissioners of the process and just to be able to share the information with senators, with assemblymen, just what we do and how we could support and the different bills that are out there and speaking about children with special needs and just educating them about about the programs, about what we need and how we could move forward working together.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Tostin, can you share your experience?
Yeah, I would agree with everything that Commissioner Topolin shared. Additionally, what stood out for me is an opportunity just to work with the staffers who are writing bills and supporting our elected officials. The back and forth where we're able to have a conversation with those professionals to understand their lens, but then also how it informs our advocacy in terms of what information is helpful for them in the process. So if we have the opportunity to go back in person, in complete support and would look forward to it.
Thank you. Anybody else had a chance to go across the street? All right. So, commissioners, I had an opportunity to speak with the Speaker of Assembly, Anthony Rendon's office earlier this month, and his staff person expressed excitement to meet the commission as a body, host a tour of the chamber, and coordinate a meet and greet with the chair of the Education Committee. I would like to know, would the commission be interested in the return of our legislation capital visit in April of 2022?
Yes.
What
Yes.
say you, commissioners?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yes.
So we traditionally went in April. And do we do a whole day or a half day? And how do we used to do it, Commissioner Topoli and Commissioner Toston?
I remember us going over mid-morning, spending the better part of the morning at the Capitol, and then we transitioned back to the boardroom kind of mid-afternoon after lunch. But I want to say we had a solid 3 to 4 hours over at the Capitol.
That's what I recall as well.
All right. So commissioners, I was advised that ACSE CDE needs to submit a scheduling request to Speaker Mendon's office as soon as possible. So because their calendar gets filled very, very quickly. And so during item number, is that 6? Yes. During item number 6, we'll discuss this topic further and see if we could get a motion on the floor for a scheduling request. All right. Any questions on this item number 2?
Would the date coincide with our ACSE April meeting of the 19th and 20th?
Absolutely. And that's why we need to get that scheduling request in as soon as possible, because we know our fixed dates in April. So we will have to, work around with their dates.
So is it safe to infer that we will be back in person by April?
I don't know if it's safe, but we can have a discussion.
The Capitol visit might be very difficult to accomplish if we're not in person.
I'm wondering if we can also maybe get a room, because I know they have different rooms, and maybe, but we have to have tech set up, or maybe do more of a working group meeting if we can't get it televised, I guess. I don't know. I'm just throwing suggestions out there.
All right, commissioners, any other comments, questions on this item? All right, hearing none. Let's move into item number 3, celebrating the passage of SB 291 and review of upcoming commission business. Now, I was going to share my screen with you, but since I'm having camera issues, I really don't want to mess with sharing my screen. But commissioners, were you able to see the letter of support written on behalf of the commission that I sent via email, guys?
I believe so.
I see 1 thumbs up. I see 1 thumbs. I see 3, 4. Okay. Yes. All right. So 291 has passed. So we will be getting 2 voting student commissioners soon, but I know we have to do a number of things to make that transition successful. Let's see. So SB 291 was signed into law by Governor Newsom. This bill directly impacts the composition of the commission's membership by adding 2 voting student commissioners. Yes, guys? All right, so during item number 5, we will take a deeper dive into SB 291. We will look at the language so we understand what the new law requires of us, and so we can understand what is needed moving forward. Commissioners, any questions or comments on, oh, thank you. Commissioner Topalian.
Learning to raise my hand. So is that the time then we would go ahead and make suggestions of just going forward with what we have already in the bylaws? Because I know that would take a long time to also just change the bylaws and do all those things. So just bring up the fact that let's just go ahead and at least, get a student on board, because we haven't had one for a long time until we change the bylaws.
Absolutely, we can discuss that now, and we have to remember to continue this discussion during item 5 also. So yes, Commissioner Topalian, can you explain your suggestion?
My suggestion is that we would seek out a student member for the commission now, based on the current bylaws, and then eventually move forward with, with the bill, whatever it says, to change our bylaws. But I would also say let's grandfather in the person that is also on the commission, the student that we go ahead and nominate at this point. So they're just grandfathered in that sense.
That makes a lot of sense to me. Any other commissioners have any other feedback, suggestions?
Is there currently a student commissioner being considered through the previous process?
This is Heather.
No.
We have a list of potential commissioners from the Youth Leadership Forum that was located in the previous bylaws. So we do have a list of potential student commissioners ready to tee up and go.
And how current is that list? I mean, has it recently been provided to us, or is it a pre-existing list?
Recently, after the Youth Leadership Forum, so I believe probably around September, we received that list.
Okay. Thank you.
Discuss more about how we would move forward when we have that item discussion, correct? Commissioner Chair Havaughnia Hayes-White?
I didn't hear you. Say that again, please.
I said we would discuss the list and how to move forward during the item when we discuss it with the whole commission.
Well, I haven't seen the list, and so I think we need to discuss the whole process anyway, but whatever you guys think.
So first we need a committee. Who's going to be on that? So could we start with that? I mean.
So if you look at the O&P agenda, I have on the agenda that we need a bylaws committee and a mentorship and training committee. So I was thinking, let's have the conversation now. I would like to propose, and then we're going to talk about this again in item 5. However, I would like to propose a bylaws committee because we are going to need to amend and update the membership section in the bylaws, right, to update that. And we are going to need to review and look at the current bylaws with our established student member section in the bylaws also. So yes, Commissioner Topalian, I think a bylaws committee is in order and needed so we can clean up the bylaws for the existing SB 291. And the other committee I would like to propose is what I call the Membership and Training Committee. And we can discuss what the Membership and Training Committee will look like Because once we have 2 new student commissioners on the commission, who is going to help and support them? Not just new student commissioners, but new commissioners, period. And also, with our meeting materials, they will probably need some accommodations to our meeting materials. So let's unpack that, Commissioner. I'm going to put that on the floor and open it up for everyone.
Oh, so we don't need to raise hands. Okay. So with that, Chair Hayes-White, what stands out to me is just support. We're going to need a lot of support around how things are written. And then, we'd have to be able to, I would think that these students that would be coming on would have a support person from their agency, whoever nominated them. I would think that we'd all have to work together just to make sure that everything that we'll be discussing and that they'll be hearing is put across in a way that's very understandable and digestible. And just to start with that.
Commissioner Topalian, I see you talking.
I was saying digestible. I was saying it's hard for us sometimes to digest it, but I think just front loading them with the information and preparing them just to have that, and with their, the way they would learn or they would process is, I think, important as well. I agree with Commissioner Ruiz.
And I don't think it has to be totally separate, because I think breaking down this information would probably be helpful to everyone, just simplifying the language, really. Same information in a little bit simpler terms. And I will say candidly, as the parent commissioner, I just think it would be great to have that from the start, and for incoming commissioners, as well as our viewership. I think it would also increase and enhance that aspect by having things just broken down a little bit more. And I also want to say that I think that's a true sign of us really understanding what we're saying, is when we can break it down into those bite size and just common terms that everyone can jump in and understand what's going on.
Yeah.
Now everybody jump in, because I don't know whose hand went up first. So go ahead and jump in.
Good. I agree with the sentiments from Commissioner Ruiz. I think this is an opportunity for us to consider how we communicate as a commission in general. I think it's important that we don't make assumptions about ability levels of students who may be sitting on the commission. While we want to make sure that the information is age appropriately digestible, I assume a 13-year-old is going to have challenges navigating state level policy. And so definitely support in that area, but I want to caution us against assuming a level of support for our student commissioners that wouldn't need to be in place for our adult commissioners. Students with disabilities grow up to be adults with disabilities. And so if there are good practices that we want to have in place to make the information accessible for all commissioners, I'm totally supportive of that. One question I have, looking at the bylaws, the list that we have of student commissioners, is that the list after it's been vetted by the governor's committee, or is it still before, has it not been whittled down yet?
So Commissioner Tossin, that is a good question, but I think that's a piece of the bylaws that we need to amend, because I'm not sure if that governor's committee piece is still operating. Director Cummings, can you add some light to that piece?
That's something we would also have to check into as well, in terms of that committee and their involvement with the selection.
Thank you.
So,
Commissioner Lopez, you had your hand up.
yes, I agree with my other fellow commissioners that we do need to speak in plain language. I think that would be helpful for all of us, including even the new commissioners. I think in person is going to be helpful because it's a challenge even for some of us to communicate and really kind of, I bring up the last meeting we had in person. I thought it was great, and we sat around in groups and really brainstormed. I thought that was so positive. What we did at the State Council for Developmental Disabilities is we had a meeting the day before, and it was all in plain language, and it was all a little bit slower paced. And when I became the chair, I felt like there were so many acronyms I didn't know that I also attended that meeting the day before. And so when we actually had our meeting, it was fully engaging and everyone got to participate because they all understood. So I'm not saying that there has to be another meeting, but sometimes that is a more comfortable place for everyone to ask questions, slow things down a little bit so everyone understands. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lopez. Commissioner Sauter, you have your hand up.
Yeah, again, just to piggyback on a lot of what was already said, going back to the UD format and accessibility, again, to everybody, right, who joins these webinars. And specifically for the students, if we have I believe it's two student representatives, they could have various strengths and abilities, very polar opposite. We've talked a lot about comprehension, but you could have a student with a low incidence disability, right? And it would be, again, going back to much better in person, but just making sure that any PowerPoints are, readable with the different JAWS programs or different programs that are out there. And just making sure that the students, again, have access to it ahead of time. And it's so much harder to ask questions and clarifying information via Zoom versus being in person. I would say for myself and definitely for the students. So that's just some other factors just to consider and toss out there.
Thank you. Commissioner Oikawa, would you like to chime in?
I usually do. I'm still drinking my coffee. I love this. I think this has allowed us, some of us joined in and then COVID happened. And so we never had that real opportunity to meet and learn from each other. And so this bringing up the student commissioners, as others have said earlier, really allows us to really think about, we're not just serving the students, but we are serving the public who also need to access what we are doing. And so by making sure that we're able to, I think, bringing the students in has made us think about this. How are we doing this? It will be opening it up to so many more people, and hopefully we can get more robust conversations, more feedback, more public input. And so I love this. So I'm pretty excited. Curious to see how it's all going to play out, but I think we're the group that can do it. So thank you for getting this started.
Thank you, Commissioner Oyakawa. Commissioner Hamilton, let's hear from you.
I knew you were coming for me. I just echo everything else, what everyone else was saying. I too came on at the same time as Commissioner Oyakawa, and we had one meeting before COVID happened, and that was kind of a whirlwind and lots of acronyms and feeling very displaced and not sure what was appropriate to ask, or just feeling dumb for asking what everything meant. So I think that the training component is important, and I think it would still be helpful for me 2 years later.
And may I jump in? Also, I think that sort of training component and orientation is something that we would be interested in discussing further for both commissioners and incoming student commissioners as well. So we can talk about that, I think, probably at the agenda building session.
Perfecto. All right. Commissioner Notch, we haven't heard from you.
I will also echo everyone's sentiments. I was thinking of comments I wanted to make, and then someone said it so much better than I would have. So just very excited to not only increase our student representation, that's so important, like provide opportunities for self-advocacy and development of self-determination skills. I think this is a wonderful way to expand our service and expand the voices of the commission. So I'm excited for the additional student commissioner. And I'm also very excited as a relatively new commissioner. I don't know at what point I get to say that I'm not new anymore, but I don't feel like it's yet. So I'm excited for the training that would be available to us as well.
Thank you.
You get to call yourself commissioner after 7 years. So I too, like many of you, are a new commissioner.
Fantastic. We're all in it together.
Commissioner Graff, we haven't heard from you.
Well, I think I'm probably one of the newest of the commissioners. Thank you, since this is only my second meeting. But again, I'm supporting all the comments that have been made. And, you know, it's been interesting in my journey as a professional in this field, how much I've taken for granted. And I'm still learning in terms of accessibility. And I'm sure some of you have been on Zoom calls or in conferences when people will talk through their PowerPoints in case someone who has low vision is in the audience. And it's something I always have to remind myself that, you know, when I speak publicly, that I describe that I am a white woman, older white woman who speaks English, et cetera, and that I'm wearing a dark jacket and so forth, for someone who might have low vision. So there's so many things that we can learn and things that we take for granted. So this conversation about the language and the student voice and so forth, I think is just critical for all of us. And so thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Graff. Did I get everyone? Commissioner Ruiz, did you speak?
I kicked it off. Yes. Yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, commissioners, is there any other comment, questions on this item? We got 5 more minutes. Hearing none, let's move into the publication of ACSE 2021-22 Annual Report. So commissioners, as you know, our annual report is now public. And I was wondering, was everyone able to receive the hard copy via U.S. mail? Perfecto. Next question is, in your envelope, how many annual reports did you have? Oh, we only had 1. Okay. Because I asked that question because my envelope was not sealed and it was open. So I thought, oh, maybe all my annual reports got lost in the mail, but it was just 1. Okay. So
my envelope wasn't sealed either.
Oh.
Nor was mine.
Nor was mine, but hopefully if there was more in there, somebody took it and was reading it, that they were interested.
Yes. And I didn't get mine, but I think I responded too late in terms of confirming the address because I didn't see the email. It went into my junk. I'm having that problem lately, so I apologize on that end.
Okay, so commissioners, am I hearing that a few of our envelopes were not sealed? Okay.
It looked like the glue on the envelopes wasn't strong enough or dried out in transit.
Okay. I was under the impression, and please remind me, commissioners, I was under the impression that we usually would receive like, I don't know, 5 to 10 annual reports individually. So when we go over to the Capitol, we're able to pass out the annual reports to the staff. Commissioner Tostin, I'm seeing you.
Yeah, I don't remember receiving multiple copies of the annual report in the past. We used to receive hard copies of the special edge, but that I'm not working in the same office anymore, so I'm not sure if they're still being disseminated in the same way. But typically the annual report was just one copy that we received, and before we went over to the Capitol, we were given a handout of materials.
Tapolian, what do you remember?
I remember they would ask us how many we would need. Do we need one or two or whatever it was? And then we would, they would send it to us, but also there was a packet when we went to the Capitol with the current legislation and things like that in there with the edge folders for each person we were going to meet.
Okay. So my next question is, and this is just for everyone, including Director Calamise. Do we have our annual report on our website, Director Calamise?
We do not have it on the website. I believe it is published on the Supporting Inclusive Practices, or SIP, website, or will be shortly. In terms of the CDE website, we have had conversations of posting it directly on our website, but typically it's posted directly on SIP.
Now, is there a reason why? Because I would like to have this discussion on the floor for commissioners. Why is it that our ACSE annual report is not on our website and the archives, not directly on our website, so people can, research us and know what previous work has been done? So, commissioners, any thoughts on that?
I agree. I think it would help with recruiting, as well as just informing the public and sharing all the work that's been done. So yeah, I definitely think that's where it should be. It can go out anywhere else too, but I think that's where it should start.
Yeah, and to chime in on I think what we have to work through and consider just internally is 508 compliance with that report and the posting, and it involves other entities that we can work with to have that posted. But I think, to my knowledge, it has never been posted on the CDE website, but I know it's something that we have.
Right.
So it's something that we have.
It's my understanding that the Inclusive Practices, or SIP, who provides support to us, they have the capability to create 508 compliant materials. Would it be challenging, and I understand limitations of the department's website, but it seems that we should be preparing the annual report to be accessible on any website, just kind of given what our core focus is. So I'm supportive of, like Commissioner Oakala intimated, posting it as many places as possible, but definitely it should be on the ACSE homepage.
Thank you, Tostin. Anybody else, commissioners, on that note?
I absolutely agree with all of that. I just think the more the merrier, just get it out there. And that's been a topic that we've been discussing, is how to increase our followership and viewership, and, whatever it would take to make that easier would be great.
I would just add, I agree as well. And I think significant effort goes into summarizing the work that we've done from the previous year. And it seems to me to make perfect sense that would be archived and always available right there, on the ACSE site. I would have never guessed that I'd have to go to the SIP site to look for the ACSE annual report.
And I agree as well. I think the more information out there, the better, to show the accomplishments and on how we're moving forward as a commission. Thank you.
So SIP's only been around a few years. So before SIP, where was it hosted?
It wasn't posted.
Oh.
It was part of the Special Edge, I think quarterly newsletter, but then SIP took that on as they grew as well. And I think we're talking like the last 3 to 4 years there was a shift.
All right, commissioners, is there any other comment on this matter?
I have one comment. I don't know if this is out of context, but related to the distribution of the ACSE annual report, I'm wondering if those are mailed to the legislators who appoint us to show them the work that we're doing. Seems like that would be really beneficial, and an actual hard copy sent to those offices. And
I agree.
I agree.
I agree.
I totally agree also. And from what I understand is normally we would have 500 hard copies printed out. But this year, I understand we only had 100. And so my question is, where were those 100 annual reports shared and distributed with? Do we know?
So in addition to being mailed out to the commissioners, they are also mailed out to the legislature, assembly, and Senate committees as well.
Does it also go to the State Board of Education?
I would have to double check, but I would believe so, but I can double check on that.
I think conceptually it should go to all 5 appointing bodies.
Exactly.
Legislators, State Board.
I know we discussed putting it on the ACSE website. How do we move forward to do that? I know we discussed it and we all think it's a great idea. Do we need to check information? Did I miss something? Or is that something that we're agreeing that we're going to move forward and get it done? What's the next step?
All right, let's make that an agenda item for our February meeting so we can have a motion on the floor and start collaborating with CDE to see how we can get that happening.
Thank you.
Is that agreeable to the commission?
Definitely, yes.
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 All right, commissioners, it is 9:56 and I'm trying to turn on my camera, but it says, I get this alert saying, meeting alert. You cannot start your video because the host has stopped it. So I don't know if this is something that is on CDE's end or is it on my end, but I think I'm going to adjourn the O&P meeting and log out and log back in and see what happens. All right, commissioners, I so appreciate all the hard work we did today. I am going to adjourn our Operations and Planning Committee meeting now at 9:56 a.m. and let's log back here at 10 o'clock. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome to day 1, October 19th, 2022, California Department of Education Advisory Commission on Special Education meeting. Director Calamise, please facilitate a roll call to establish a quorum.
Commissioner Andrus, Commissioner Estes, Commissioner Gill, Commissioner Graff,
Present.
Commissioner Hamilton,
here.
Chair Hayes-White,
I'm here.
Commissioner Lopez,
Here.
Commissioner Notch,
I'm here.
Commissioner Ruiz,
Here.
Commissioner Oyakawa,
Here.
Commissioner Snipes, Commissioner Sorter,
Here.
Commissioner Topalian,
Here.
Commissioner Toston.
Present.
All right, we have 10 attendees.
All right, thank you. I hereby call the October 19th, 2022 meeting of the Advisory Commission on Special Education to order at 10:04 a.m. Commissioner Graff, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. And now for housekeeping and announcements. On June 30th, 2022, Governor Newsom signed Senate Bill 189 to allow state bodies covered by the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act to hold public meetings covered by the Act via web and or audio teleconferencing through June 30th, 2023. As such, this meeting will be held as an audio-video teleconference. Boardroom 1101 at the California Department of Education is closed to the public. And now I pass the mic to Commissioner Topalian, Chair of the Elections Committee, who will review the election process to fill the vacancy of Commission Vice Chair. Commissioner Topalian, I pass the mic to you.
Good morning. Since we're doing this virtually, it would look very different than we would do it in person, where we would submit the names. You have to self-nominate yourself for the co-chair position. I believe it was part of your packet, the submission, right, Commissioner Hayes-White? Do we have the sheet that they all received beforehand, where they would make self-nominations?
Director Calamise?
I need to double check that packet.
Okay, I'm looking right now and it's not in there. But so you would self-nominate. Could we do it in a way where they could just email me instead? Or Director Calamise? We can't find it. So you would self-nominate yourself today, and then at the next meeting, we would take a vote for whoever self-nominated themselves. This is for the co-chair position moving forward.
Yep.
The vice chair position.
Vice chair, yes.
I do not see it in the packet as well. Apologies. I think we can.
I could send it to you?
Yes.
Okay. I'll send it to you, and then okay, so it'll be in your emails. Please look for it, and then we'll collect that information. Again, you could only self-nominate yourself. And we'll send the information to you, and you guys could go ahead and send it back to me. Any questions? Awesome. Thank you.
All right, commissioners, are there any questions on that self-nomination form? All right, hearing none. Thank you, Commissioner Topalian. And now for the review of the agenda and public comments. Commissioners, we have a robust agenda planned for today. Please bear with me as I review each agenda item. Item number 1, Commissioner Orientation, Robert's Rules of Order. An overview of how to properly use and follow Robert's Rules of Order during a public meeting will be provided. Item number 2, proposed bylaw language for Article 4, liaison. Commissioners will discuss the process for amending the current 2019 ACSE bylaws and discuss the proposed language for the Annual Liaison Partnership Program. Item number 3, Annual Chair Liaison Appointments and Commissioner State Board of Education Liaison Reports. Commissioners will be appointed to serve as a liaison to a partner organization, and an update from Commissioner Liaisons and the State Board of Education liaison will be provided. We will break for a 30-minute lunch at 1:00 p.m. and return at 1:30 p.m. Item number 4, California Transition Alliance. An overview of how the California Transition Alliance trains and prepares students with disabilities for self-advocacy, life after high school, and leadership roles will be provided. Student alumni Sean Spence and his grandmother will share their experiences with the California Transition Alliance. Item number 5, Senate Bill 291, Advisory Commission on Special Education. Commissioners will review the language written in SB 291 and revisit the current ACSE 2019 bylaw language identified in Section 3, student members. Commissioners will discuss upcoming committee work and collaboration. Item number 6, O&P Committee Report. An update on today's conversation regarding the work of ACSE's Operations and Planning Committee will be provided. Commissioners, I would like to draw your attention to the item type for item number 6. The item type is currently listed as information discussion. Please note, this item should be listed as information, discussion, and action. This item should be listed as information, discussion, and action. Item number 7, general public comment. The public will be invited to make comments on any matter, including items not on the agenda. Public comments will be limited to 2 minutes. We will adjourn our meeting at 4:35 p.m. Fellow commissioners, if you would like to make a comment after an item, please raise your hand in the chat and I will call on you in the order received. To our viewers, public comment is highly encouraged. Public comment may be made after each item via email and/or telephone. Public comment will be limited to 2 minutes. Director Calamise, will you explain the logistics of public comment, or is it going to be Janelle?
That will be Janelle.
Hello, everyone. The public can make comments after each item when the chair calls for public comment by dialing the number on the screen that will appear. I will read that number now. That number is 717-908-1937. After dialing in, you will be asked for a participant access code, which is as follows: 467-9071#. We do ask that the public make sure that they turn their speakers off for the webcast so that it's muted to avoid feedback sounds during the call. We also ask those calling in to make public comment to state their name and any affiliations prior to making comment. Today, we have 2 minutes for public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Janelle. We are now moving right into action item number 1, Commissioner Orientation, Robert's Rules of Order. An overview of how to properly use and follow Robert's Rules of Order during a public meeting will be provided, and a sample motion simulation activity will be demonstrated. Presented by Amanda Swagger, Parliamentarian for Associated Chino Teachers. Welcome, Parliamentarian Swagger. Are you here?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you for being here. I turn over the mic to you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Amanda Swagger. I am the parliamentarian for the Associated Chino Teachers out here in Southern California. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen first. Let's make sure that works, and then we'll go ahead and start in our presentation. I'm currently having trouble seeing the chat, so if you need anything, feel free to unmute and ask and interrupt me if needed. Pretend like I'm teaching a class here. Give me just a second, and we'll get started. Apologize, just give me a second. My Mac is loving me right now. Just a second. All right, I'm gonna have to log back in and come back in. Give me just a second. I apologize for that. At this point, we should be ready to go. Let me go ahead and share my screen, and we will get started. All right, someone give me a quick talking to here if you can see the screen.
We can see the screen.
Awesome. Thank you guys, everyone. So again, my name is Miss Amanda Swagger. I'm a teacher at Chino High School in Chino, California. And my role here with you guys is Miss White asked me to come before you and deliver a presentation on the role of the way that Robert's Rules of Order and more generally parliamentary procedure applies to public meetings and even private meetings in this regard. Today, we're going to be focusing on this little guy. This little guy I'm holding up in front of me. This is what's commonly referred to as Robert's Rules of Order, which is what our wonderful leader had just mentioned. Robert's Rules of Order is one of several documentary books, procedures that are in common use throughout the world for these exact procedures. There are other procedures. For example, you might be aware that Congress uses a modified form of parliamentary procedure. And in Europe, there are other ways of doing the same thing. But in the end, the goal of this process is to run meetings that are both understandable and give everyone a right to discuss and present on information that's provided. Let me give you a little bit about my background here, and then we're going to go ahead and start. So first, a little bit of background here. Everyone always wants to know, how does someone get involved in something like I'm involved with? My original background was I attended a school right down the road here, Harupa Valley High School out in Riverside, or now Harupa Valley, California. My introduction to debate and to public comment and public presentation was through the Future Farmers of America program, or simply known as FFA. The FFA has a set of leadership programs, including prepared public speaking, parliamentary procedure, extemporaneous public speaking, and several other programs to teach their students about the virtues of these type of programs. And not only that, but they were fun. Who doesn't like to debate about cool topics in front of their fellow comrades? After leaving high school, I attended La Sierra University, which is in Riverside, California, a private university on a full scholarship, where I decided to do several different programs, including a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry, biophysics. I'm a music performance major in double reeded instruments, and a teacher credential. From that point, I decided to, after some business courses, I decided to do some coursework outside of the university to become a professional registered parliamentarian. And that big book that I showed you a moment ago, yeah, we had to read that a few times. In fact, I probably have most of the book memorized at this point. After getting my teacher credential, I decided to take a couple of years and do a couple of master's programs, one in a Master's of Science in Chemistry, and then a Master's of Arts in Curriculum and Instruction through Concordia University, which is right down the road from where I live. Outside of that, in high school, my background, I was first a state officer for Future Farmers of America, the vice president in 2000 and 2001, and that delayed college 1 year as I did that. I went through my parliamentarian training. My certification lapsed in 2015. They have a very stringent requirements to be a professional. Specifically, you have to essentially be paid to do this. And since most of my work now is volunteer basis for nonprofits, I still maintain a standard certification, just not a professional certification. I started teaching parliamentary procedure through FFA at Chino High School. We have a parliamentary procedure demonstration team until the program folded about 5 years ago. I then moved over to Hoopa Valley High School, Don Lugo High School, and several other schools where I'm on retainer, if you would, to help with those programs. Before I go to that, a couple of the things. Everyone always wants to know, do we have a specialty? And the answer is yes, my specialty is in training and doing these exact type things. I'm also a specialist specifically in bylaws and standing rules to understand how organizations are formed, but also how organizations are amended, changed, dissolved, hopefully not, and other situations. So that's where my background comes from. And Ms. White I was recommended to Ms. White from Ms. Brenda Walker, the president of the Associated Chino Teachers here. So I'm glad to be here. And as always, if you guys have any questions, please let me know. I'm going to try to keep things brief today. As a science teacher, if you've ever been in my classroom, you know I love to talk. I love to tell stories. I love to be funny. And this is kind of weird because normally we do these kind of things in person. And the ways that this works in person are a little bit different than we do here. But as always, if you guys have a question, anything as we go through this presentation, please let me know. And I'll be happy to stop and answer any questions you might have. And of course, at the end, time permitting, there will definitely be time for questions at the end of the process. All right. So the first thing I wanted to do this morning was to discuss kind of what is the procedure? Why do we care about parliamentary procedure? Why is this something that we are required to do via Ed Code and state law, et cetera? So first, what is Robert's Rules of Order? Robert's Rules of Order, which is this book here I just told you guys earlier, is a 600-page manual that illustrates the standard procedures, rules, policies, guidelines, etc., that is used for conducting business as part of all deliberate assemblies. By the way, terminology here, a deliberate assembly is a group of individuals that are there to deliberate and take action on particular items, whether that be recommendations to larger groups or take action themselves. Robert's Rules of Order is a big, giant book that spans everything from creating bylaws and governing documents for organizations all the way to dismissal of members, elections, etc. All of these can be covered in gory detail, as we like to say, in this particular manual. And I was one of those crazy people that looked at this thing and said, "This is awesome." I'm just like a lawyer. And in a lot of ways, that's what I am. I'm a lawyer of parliamentary procedure. But that said, go ahead and first talk about, generally speaking, what parliamentary procedure is for. why do we do it, and a little bit about how things work. So briefly, parliamentary procedure is here for two distinct reasons. The first reason we do parliamentary procedure is to allow for a cordial discussion of topics that may be, how do we say this nicely, controversial would be a nice way of putting it. Not everyone always agrees with particular topics, meaning I might have an opinion that is slightly variant from the majority. I should be allowed to present that topic as long as it doesn't violate state law or is not discriminatory, for example. I should be allowed to voice my opinion. It could be that other people decide they want to agree with me after my discussion points. Because of this, our goal is to protect the rights of all members. That includes the ability to bring topics up to an assembly. We call these main motions. The ability to discuss a topic and the ability to vote and make your voices heard in those particular ideas. So given all of that, I'm going to go ahead and start this morning with a brief description of what a motion is. A motion, was there a question? All right, so what is a motion? Well, first, let's talk about, before we get to the motion, let's talk about how things come up in most groups. In most government agencies, they require an agenda to be produced in the days, weeks, or even longer prior to a meeting. This gives all the members of the organization, the assembly, a chance to consider for themselves, research, and get other information about the particular topic. That means that when they come to the meeting, it's not like deer in the headlights, like a student in a class for the first time not knowing what's going on, but it's a way to bring informed decisions, informed information to the committee. In general, when a motion is brought up through an agenda, it's to the members to do preliminary research to get an idea of what happens. Of course, as the person making the motion, it's also your job to educate those in the assembly on why you're making the motion, why it's being brought up, and why we should pass it. We'll talk about debate here in a moment. The way a motion is brought up, though, is the chair will generally bring up the agenda item. We're on agenda item 1.1, agenda item 1. The person is going to make the motion. Generally, you can either say, I move this particular agenda item. The word I move is a key that says, I am bringing something before the assembly. I move that we get a presentation on parliamentary procedure from a registered parliamentarian. The I move part is what tells everyone we're bringing this up to start. Generally speaking, these motions have particular places that can be brought up. The motion I just made, commonly referred to as a main motion, can only be brought up when no other items are currently pending. We'll talk about what I mean by that in a moment. Once the motion is brought to the floor, we're not going to take time to even discuss the motion unless somebody else agrees that we should talk about the motion. The person who is the chair will then ask for a second. The person then, some person in the room will yell second, and then the chair will describe the fact that there is a motion and a second. Traditionally, the chair will actually repeat the motion. It's been moved and seconded that we bring a registered parliamentarian to the meeting to teach about parliamentary procedure. Then debate is open. In general, debate has specific limits. If you've ever been to a school board meeting, for example, you might find that there is almost always a limit of time and total time for presentations. In the Chino Valley Unified School District, it's 3 minutes with a 30-minute time limit. Of course, that rule can be extended when more discussion is needed. The debates occur, and then finally, once the debates have been exhausted, the chair will call for a vote. There are many ways of voting, and we'll talk about voting in the next couple slides. Finally, After the vote, the chair announces the result of the vote. The motion is either adopted, a term we use for passing, or rejecting. It's failed. So that's the general way a motion is handled. Now, of course, as you can probably imagine, there's a lot more to handling motions than just debating and voting. So let's go through some of the general concepts. So we've made a motion, we've gotten a second, and we say, why do we need a second? Well, as you can see from the screen here, a second doesn't mean that you agree with the motion. It just means that you are willing to hear debate on the topic. As we mentioned a moment ago, if no second is made, it basically says, no one else wants to talk about this and let's move on. But if there is a second, then it's time for us to continue. Now, let's talk about debate. So debate, commonly referred to as discussion, is the process in which somebody will make a discussion, give their reasonings for why they favor or do not favor the motion. There are some specific rules that apply to debate. First, the person who made the motion, the person who is the maker of the motion, gets to debate first. Quite simply, they're the person that's bringing the motion. They should present information about what the motion is, how it affects the members, how it affects the organization, and why we should be passing it. Once their debate is done, now other members can actually make debate. There are many ways in which chairs will actually decide who gets to speak on a motion. What I'm about to present to you is an ideal situation. The ideal situation doesn't always occur. But first, we open it up to debate. Generally speaking, we would like a member who is against the motion to speak second. The goal is to get contrasting opinions. Someone is for or someone is after. The chair can ask, is there any debate against the motion, or are there any for the debate? Everyone has the opportunity to speak once before anyone can speak again. No matter how much you want to speak again, you generally do not want to put your hand up for a further debate until everyone has had a chance to speak. Robert's Rules of Order limits debates to 10 minutes per debate, 2 times per motion. That limit is kind of long for many meetings. For smaller meetings with smaller committees like this committee, you might want to limit debate to a smaller number. Generally, you can create a standing rule, a part of the governing documents, that limits debate to, say, 3 minutes per meeting, etc. If a debate wants to be shortened, you can reduce the amount of debate by having a time limit. Again, something that can be set up in a standing rules document or something that can be set on a per motion basis. For example, the motion to limit debate, I move to limit debate to 1 debate per person for a maximum of 30 minutes, is an example of a motion to limit debate. Also, if debate has been going on for a while and people are just saying the same thing, you know how that can be, especially in public meetings where you have 5 or 6 people that all say the same thing. I don't want this motion because I don't like the color of the room. And the same thing says something 6, 7 times in a row. Someone can make a motion, which we commonly refer to as previous question. Now, previous question is a weird term. We're going to discuss this a little bit more later. But previous question basically says we're ready to get to the previous topic of discussion. We're ready to vote. Now, we've said this many, many times in our classrooms for those of you who are in the classroom or have been in the classroom. But there are some templates for things we should probably do during a debate. These are suggestions on ways to make debates better, especially when the topic is contentious. First, you generally want to stand up and introduce yourself if members do not know who you are. In a small group, a small committee, this isn't always necessary. You then want to stand up and say, I am for or against this motion. You want people to have an idea of what your opinion is before. You can also say, I stand up neither for or against the motion. The goal is to give people an idea of what to listen for. You want to keep the debate on the current thing being discussed. Now, you might say, well, that sounds obvious. I've been in many, many groups where someone will bring up something completely off the wall in the middle of debate. For example, if we're discussing bringing someone in to discuss parliamentary procedure, and someone then goes, hey, I want pizza for lunch. Obviously, getting pizza for lunch has nothing to do with the current motion. Kind of reminds me of students in the class. You ask them, hey, what's the definition on the board? And they go, I hate school. Obviously, we hope they don't hate school, but obviously that's not the current topic. I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, ma'am. Let's stay on topic. A couple of things that we have to say that should be pretty obvious, and you've heard these from a lot of people. First, when you debate, you want to provide new facts when you debate. While it's helpful for one or two people to stand up and go, I agree with the previous speaker, you generally want to stand up and provide new information if provided. You do not want to repeat the same person over and over again. You know, we don't want to keep piling stuff onto the mound of stuff if that can be avoided. The big one is you want to avoid direct confrontation or other personal attacks on other people. For example, I've heard this in class before, and this drives me crazy. A student gets called on for an answer. They give a reasonable answer. Maybe it's not correct. Instead of somebody else raising their hand and going, well, it's correct except for this, some student stands up and goes, that person is an idiot. They don't know what they're doing. They're stupid. Obviously, calling someone an idiot or calling someone stupid is not a way of talking to people. And in my school, we have detention and alternative learning centers and stuff that you would send a student to. But the point is, you do not want to personally attack other people during this time. You want to keep it to the topic. And you can say in contrast to somebody, but you want people who ramble, make your point and sit down. We don't have a time is limited. We don't have a time. Through and we've debated forever, and now it's time to vote. Let's talk a little bit about how voting works. So this is something that you probably haven't thought about very much because it's something that just happens. But there are many, many types of voting. Generally speaking, voting is something that is going to occur. Sorry, guys, I'll keep talking as I do this really quick. Voting is something that is going to occur, and there are many ways it happens. Generally speaking, voting can be done in one of several ways. And of course, your standing rules can actually determine how voting should occur or should not occur. The most basic type of voting is what we call a voice vote. A voice vote is how most of the voting occurs when it doesn't need to be official counting. For example, if we're having a motion about adjourning for lunch, you can simply either ask, are there any objections, which is a type of voice vote, or you can just say, all those in favor say aye, all those opposed, same sign, or say nay, etc. Other type of voting that's more formal includes balloting, roll call, rising votes where you physically stand or raise your hand, etc. Generally speaking, we only use these higher level voting systems when there's the direct need to. Many standing rules and governing documents require vote to be done by roll call, for example. Commissioner from District A, yay or nay. Commissioner from District B, yay or nay, for example. Or if the topic is to be influenced by other people, for example, it's a controversial topic, a ballot is commonly used. Check yes or no on a sheet, put it in a box, pass it to the chair, pass it to the secretary, The votes are tallied and presented. Generally speaking, we want a vote to be done in a way where it reduces the influence of other people on your vote. You have no idea how many times I've been in a group where they start a vote, the first two people say, yay, they want a motion to occur, and then everyone else goes, well, they said yes, I'll say yes too, even if they would have said no. The point of voting is to get a fair representation of everyone's idea, everyone's standing on a topic. As I said earlier, unanimous consent is something that can be used if there are no apparent objections to a motion. If a motion comes up, for example, to end debate, you can ask for a unanimous consent vote. Are there any objections? If there's a motion to extend debate, again, you can use are there any objections? But generally speaking, you want to use one of the other forms, if possible, to avoid any perceived issues. By the way, if there is objection, if you ask, is there unanimous consent? If there's an objection, then you have to move to a more traditional voting system. All right. So now this is the part of the meeting where I can get deep into the weeds. So I'm going to try to keep it right above the top. But before we get into this, are there any questions or anything else you'd like to ask before we move on to some of the more granular things here? All right.
Commissioner, I see none. Thank you. Keep going.
All right, awesome. So we're going to move on to part 2 here. And this is where we get into, like I said earlier, to the granular parts of the topics. So I'm going to go through the key ideas quickly. And then, like I said earlier, we'll have a chance to go back through here in a second. I remember Ms. Walker, when I talked about this meeting, she said, don't keep them too long. They might start throwing stuff at you. Thankfully, you can't throw anything at me because you're virtual, but don't virtually throw tomatoes at me or anything, please. Anyway, and I apologize for the cat. He wanted to be part of the meeting here. I'm in my home office instead of at work. They didn't want me presenting in front of a bunch of students. So anyway, let's start here with the main motion. So we brought up the main motion before. Generally speaking, the main motion is going to be presented on the main motion is the preliminary motion that brings a topic up to the assembly. Main motions can have wide, vast reasons to bring them up. For example, if debate on a bylaw amendment or a standing rule adjustment was to come up, a main motion can be used to bring that before the assembly. A main motion can be used to bring a particular topic. For example, I move to recommend something to the governor's office, for example. The general concept is you use the format, I move to. That format, I move to, tells everyone you are making a motion. It's kind of like saying that restricted word to your phone to get your phone to say something. I move is the restricted word in parliamentary procedure that says we're ready to do something. Now, once the main motion is moved and seconded, we have debate, like we talked about before. The next topics are things that might come up that need to be dealt with. I can't cover all these subsidiary motions and incidentals and all these other things in an hour. It would take a full day to really go through everything directly. There are many resources out there online that cover the general topics needed for these. There are charts of subsidiary motions that talk about seconds, votings, debates, etc. Here, I'm just going to talk about the reasonings for certain motions. Again, further research might be needed if you're going to bring up one of these motions that are not a common motion to your group. By the way, generally speaking, main motion amendments and potentially postponement are the ones that come up all the time. Given that, the order that I'm presenting things here are what we call the order of precedence. Everything that follows after this slide is in order of how they would be made if needed. And of course, pardon the stories here as we continue. Each of these motions has a funny story that may or may not be presented. We'll see how things go here. All right. I make a motion that I want the committee to get a giant bucket of water and dump it on the governor's head. Obviously, it's probably against the assault, but obviously we don't want to do that. We don't want to even debate or vote on a topic of that nature. No matter your opinion on anyone in office, it's not a good idea to dump water on someone's head. Now, generally speaking, if someone brought a motion like that up, the best thing to do is not even second it. I don't even want to discuss it. That's legal, whatever. But somebody decides they want to second the motion because they think it'd be funny to dump water on his head. So that's ridiculous, right? So somebody immediately stands up and goes, I move to postpone this matter indefinitely. The word indefinitely means forever. It means we are not even going to talk about this because even the risk of voting on it can put us in a situation that we don't want to be in. Even voting, even considering dumping water on the governor's head could put us in legal concerns. It can make us look bad. And we all know we don't want to look bad in front of the government, in front of people here. So we want to talk about it. So I'm going to postpone it forever. Second required, does not get debated. It just get rid of it. Let's move on. That's postponing indefinitely. Postponement in this case is rare. Generally speaking, we don't even allow motions that are not on the agenda. So postponing something indefinitely is something that's probably not going to occur very often. In our district, without getting too deep, a topic was brought up to send a letter to the governor's office on a particular idea. And in that particular meeting, someone had suggested that someone from the committee objects to the consideration of the question. An objection is similar to a postponement. The difference is it doesn't just postpone it, it objects to the fact that the motion was even made in the first place. Again, postponement and objections are something that should really never have to come up in a normal assembly. Amendments. All right, so this is where we get into the weeds here. And I'm going to try to keep this very, very surface level for you. To amend something means to change. Generally speaking, you have a written out motion prior to the meeting. And if there's something you want to change about that motion, it's best to figure out the wording of that change before you even start. In many situations, there might be one or two variants of a motion you might want to consider. For example, if I make a motion that I want to adopt a cat, I move to adopt a cat, not the sneaky one that was on camera a little while ago, but a nice cat that sits quietly in the corner. By the way, if you don't know, I love cats. But instead, I want to change cat to dog. That is an appropriate amendment. I am striking out cat and I'm inserting dog. I move to amend the motion by striking out cat and inserting dog. And that's the exact wording. The wording doesn't have to be super precise as long as everyone understands what you're trying to do. I move to change cat to dog. Not perfect wording, but fine. On the other hand, I would not want to make it a motion to strike out cat and insert buy pizza from Domino's. Whether you like Domino's or not, it's okay. We don't want to change the motion entirely with an amendment. If you want to make a motion that we buy pizza from everyone from Domino's for a 30-minute break, by the way, how would that work virtually? I have no clue. But if you wanted to do that, pass this motion, change this motion, and then make a new motion later to buy pizza from Domino's. You cannot change the intent of the motion by changing something. And again, the rules of the organization might even not allow you to do that. It depends on the idea. The point is, though, You can change a motion to clarify it or to change pieces of it using the amendment process. Generally speaking, with amendments, you are going to vote on the amendment, and then if the amendment passes, you then go back to the original main motion. Again, you recall it, bring it back up, and then you can debate on the main motion again with the changes. One of the things that comes up a lot with amendments is understanding how to discuss an amendment. If I bring up an amendment, I should have a good reason for that. For example, if my goal is to strike out cat and insert dog, I would debate something like this. I made the amendment to the motion because cats have a tendency to get on the cameras and wave their tail at the camera, distracting those viewers. Instead, if the motion passes, I inserted dog instead because dogs tend to not be so distracting to the students or presenters on camera. Notice I didn't say, let's pass the motion. I said, if we were to pass the motion, this is why I made the change. I know it's a subtle difference. And again, in most cases, it's not a big deal. It's just something to keep in mind when it comes to discussion. You don't want to get too crazy and start discussing all kinds of things that everyone gets lost in that regard. All right, so now we have an amendment. We passed or failed the amendment. We're back at the main motion. And now we're going to talk about what are some things we can do if we don't want to make a final determination today on this topic. Let's say we make a motion and it turns out that everyone in the world wants to talk about it. We've spent 2 hours talking about this topic, good topics here, front and back, and it turns out we need more information. The person who brought the motion up didn't anticipate something to come up. Perhaps we need to get information. Maybe we need a presenter to present on the actual topic. Perhaps we need some more information. Postponing the topic would allow us to do that and then bring it back later. For a small committee like this, referral to a committee is not something that necessarily happens too often. Generally speaking, referral to committees occur when you have a large group. For example, the California Assembly. They may refer somebody to a specialized committee, a standing committee, to then present a report and bring the report back to the entire assembly. On the other hand, in a small group like this, you might want to refer it to a special committee, a group 2, 3, 4, 5 people that meet maybe outside the meeting, get some information, and bring it back to the assembly. There is a part you may hear called the power to act. The power to act is used in only select situations, but the power to act simply means make a decision. Decision making in the group itself, not in a committee. But there are times of the essence, for example, where we need to do something in the next month before our next regular scheduled meeting. So let's refer this to a small committee and we'll give them the chance to talk about it and to make a decision for the organization. Again, you generally want to do these on small things, not on large decisions that affect everyone as a whole. Generally speaking, referrals and postponements are brought back at a special time in the meeting, right at the beginning before anything new comes up. Postponement. A postponement does the same thing a referral does, except for it just says, let's delay this for a while. Perhaps you're debating something and you realize that we don't need to make a decision now. We can wait. Or maybe a couple committee members couldn't be here. We still have a quorum, 50% plus 1 to have the meeting, but we want them to come and present later. You can postpone something to the next regular meeting. You can, if this is a multi-session meeting, for example, you have a morning and afternoon session, you can postpone it to an afternoon session, or you can even plan a special meeting. This last 3 requires a very special motion called fixed time to which to adjourn. Probably not something we want to worry about here. 1 and 2 are the more common examples. The idea is if you need more time, you can postpone it to the next meeting or to a later time to give you a chance to think more and for this to happen. Now, of course, the reason we have an agenda is so that an individual can actually look at the agenda, plan what they think should happen, and bring that to the assembly. Ms. Walker likes to say something at our executive board meetings. Say it here, say it now, don't leave it till later. Bring what you're going to say here and don't leave it till later. Now, when can a motion be postponed to? Here are some limitations you should be aware of. First, you decide the current cycle, the current committee cycle, the current committee plan, etc. So if this is a year-long committee and my last meeting's in June, I can't postpone it to the next September. If that happens, the motion gets declined, it fails, and then it has to be brought up again. Also, if the topic is something that's going to happen for lunch today, for example, my motion is I move to order Domino's for the committee to be delivered at lunch. You can't postpone that to after lunch because at that point, I've already eaten and I don't want to eat anymore. Now, let's talk about the last thing here. Again, this is not going to happen in a virtual meeting, but it might happen in a common meeting. We're discussing a topic and something critical comes up. We need to take action on something immediately right now. Maybe we need to discuss what we're going to have for lunch. Again, what I like food so much, I don't know, maybe it's lunchtime here in Southern California. I don't know. But we can make a motion to lay something on the table. And delay on the table, as implied, simply means we're going to set this aside and we'll bring it up a little bit later. Generally, this is just used in rare situations where you want to set something aside for a little bit of time and you want to bring it up later. And you may have heard of the term table a motion. This is what they're referring to. We're going to put it on the table. We're going to lay it there for a bit. We'll bring it up later. So usually what happens is you lay something on the table. You deal with the current action. Maybe you go to recess, you go to lunch, you come back, and then you take it from the table. To take from the table is just the exact opposite. If I lay something on the table, I could take it from the table and start discussion again. And that's just something that comes up. It's pretty rare, but it could come up in specific situations. All right. Last but not least, and I'm going to call previous question on myself because we're getting really, really close to the time where we want to get to our little presentation here. Previous question simply means we're done talking. People have been talking way too long. They're repeating the same topic. Everyone's had a chance to discuss. We're going to end debate now. That's what previous question means. Previous question, because it limits the right of people to vote, requires a 2/3 vote. And anytime you require a 2/3 vote, you got to do it via some method count. Getting a voice vote for a 2/3 vote would be impossible. We talked about this earlier, but again, you can extend or limit debate if we need to. Again, something that's not going to come up all that often. All right. So before we get to a chance for us to think about how this stuff works, let's talk about some such situations that can come up. And I'm going to keep this really short because all of this stuff is stuff that's pretty uncommon. So first, call for orders of the day. Boy, in my classroom, I love to tell stories, as you can probably tell. And we're in the middle of the lesson. I see something happen outside, and all of a sudden I'm in a story. One of my students goes, "Hey, Swagger, are you supposed to be teaching right now?" Well, call for the orders of the day is exactly that. We got off the agenda. Someone brought something up, discussing something that has nothing to do with the committee. Someone stands up and goes, "I call for the orders of the day." That simply means, hey, get on the agenda. If something happens, you adopt an emotion, and later you realize you need to change it. For example, we can't do what we've been asked to do, or we want to change a recommendation. You can use a motion called amend a motion previously adopted. Again, These particular side things I could go on for hours on, so I'm going to keep them brief. Use a resource, see how it's done. It's not that difficult if needed. Reconsider. This means we voted on something, it passed, and now we have a change of mind. We can reconsider the vote. We can open it up again. We can discuss it some more. Rescind. Rescind means we did something, we passed it, it was not a good decision, we want to get rid of it. You can rescind a motion. And finally, question the questions of privilege and the points. Question of privilege. Someone stands up, they go, I rise to a question of privilege. The chair will say, state your question, state your privilege. It's cold in here. We turn the temperature up. Boy, there's a cat inside the room that's bugging me. Can we open the door and let the cat out? Again, a question of privilege is just something that the whole entire group might want, and the chair can say yes or no. No, we like seeing that cat on camera. No, you can't let the cat out. Of course, if you don't agree with that, you can make an appeal, but hopefully that doesn't need to happen. All right, the points. These are things that you can rise with at any point and just say, let's do this. If there's a mistake made in parliamentary procedure, for example, if a main motion gets brought up and the chair doesn't ask for debate, you can say, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Chairman, point of order. There needs to be a debate here. The chair will rule, point well taken, let's go to debate. If you have a question, you need information about the topic. Point of information. Madam Chair, will you ask the maker of the motion this question? Again, you generally want to wait till no one's talking, but these are just ways to interject saying, hey, I need information now. I can't wait. Please answer my question. And finally, if you want to know how parliamentary procedure works, you can make a point of parliamentary inquiry. All right. And finally, if you don't agree with the chair, you can make an appeal. I'm not going to go through appeals right now because that would take forever. We're already been up here for 40 minutes, so I'm going to move right along. All right. So now we get to the fun part. We're going to take an opportunity here to talk a little bit through a motion that could be made. And I'll give you guys a chance, if you so desire, to interact here and see if we can come up with some ideas on maybe some debates, some amendments, those type of things. All right. So here's the agenda topic that I am bringing to the committee. The committee wishes to recommend the Special Education Office use funds to provide hotel vouchers for all committee members for the night before and after meetings. Obviously, this is not a virtual meeting. So our first task we want to do is we want to make a main motion. So does anyone want to unmute and help us out by making a main motion?
Commissioner?
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Matt.
I make a motion that we use funds to cover overnight vouchers before and after committee meetings.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's moved and seconded that we recommend to the Special Education Office to provide funds for hotel vouchers for all committee members the night before or after meetings. So now we've got the meeting up. Thank you very much for the two of you. Now we have a second. It's time for us to debate. So let's come up with some ideas quickly here about why we might want this to be the case. And again, we're to keep this really short. Just come up with some ideas of some typical debates that could come up. So does anyone want to unmute and give us a reason why we may want to make this recommendation? And of course, by the way, if it wasn't obvious, this is not an actual motion. We're not providing hotel vouchers, although it'd be really nice. Anyone want to come up with a brief reason why they might want to make this recommendation?
Commissioner Topalian, I see your hand, and then Commissioner Ruiz.
Increase the chance or the participation of commissioners to attend the commission meeting.
Perfect. Anyone else?
You basically said what I was going to say, that sometimes travel is a little extensive to try to get to the meeting in one day, and it's just beneficial for us to be able to get there the day before.
Perfect. So you guys can see that we got a couple interesting ideas there. Again, the debate for the motion, you could also have ideas such as many of the commissioners are already paying for their own hotels, so making it more financially available for that would be an idea, etc. The other thing you might say when it comes to debating for a motion would be something along the lines of, why do we have to make a recommendation? Because you could simply say, because the governor's office needs a formal recommendation prior to putting it on their agenda. So part of the debate for the motion is not only why, but why do we have to go through this procedure? All right, so we've got some ideas before. Now let's be mean for a second. Why would we not want this motion to go through? And again, we're all going to want this motion to go through, but why would we not want this motion to go through? Anyone want to put a suggestion out there?
We just simply don't have the funding for it.
Perfect. That's the most common one. We don't have the money. And I know. And we have so much money in California. But anyone else? How about we don't want to put another item on the governor's agenda when the governor's already busy enough with everything else the state's already doing? There's another one. And there's a lot of other ones. The thing is, as you can see here, it can become kind of challenging to come up with what you want to speak about on the cuff, as we would say. So this is why it's really important that we get those agenda items up ahead of time so you can think about why you may be for or against the motion. And the best debates come from those situations where you think about something ahead of time. You're not actually just coming up with it on a cuff, but you are thinking about what you might want to say before. The thing I like to say is we in our district, the state mandates that the district have public comment like you do. And I've spoken in front of many, many school districts within Southern California, and I always spend weeks debating in my mind, what do I want to say with my motions, for and against. And again, the same thing applies here. All right, let's talk about some amendments. So let's talk about some ways we can amend the recommendation. So let me go back here to the main motion really quick here. All right, so let's talk about some ways that this motion could be amended. How can we change this motion to maybe increase the chances of it actually passing? Anyone want to come up with some ideas here of what we could do to change or to amend the motion?
I have an idea. How about just having either the night before or the night after and not both?
Very good. So we can amend the motion by striking out before and just have it read for the night after meetings. Very good. Anyone else want to come up with some suggestions on what we could do to change the motion potentially?
I would put in insert with the budget limit of $150 per night.
Very good. So you could insert be more specific, insert a budgetary limit, or perhaps insert a budgetary limit to be determined by the governor's office, financial office, for example, budgetary committee. Very good. Anyone else? Perhaps I might interject, striking out hotel and inserting accommodation vouchers, maybe for individuals that are local. And again, as you can see, there's a lot of things you can do to change or to amend the motion. And again, before we come to a meeting, it's a really good idea to think about, would I want to change this motion at all? And either recommend prior to the meeting the change, or come ready. Let's say we've had this discussion for a while, and it's very obvious we can't agree on a number. We can't agree. We could then postpone this, and for this particular group, it could be your next regularly scheduled meeting. It could be you want to have a special meeting that occurs between meetings, and again, I'm not quite sure if your study rules allow for that, but you could have a special meeting, etc. In this particular case, we're going to assume that we are not going to pass the postponement. We are going to move back to the main motion. So now, we've been talking for a while. We've been saying the same thing. We want more money. Pay me, pay me. And I, by the way, on a side note, I appreciate that everyone here is a volunteer. That's just amazing, but we won't go there. But now, previous question. I moved the previous question on all pending topics, meaning I want to vote now. So let's assume that we pass the motion, 2/3 vote. Now it's time to vote. So now we're going to vote. So this is generally how the vote will occur. The previous question has moved, seconded, it's passed, and then we'll give it a number. We'll now proceed to vote. All those in favor of the main motion, the chair will read the main motion. Let me go back here. That our committee recommends the Special Education Office use funds for hotel vouchers for all committee members tonight. Let's assume the amendment passed after the meeting with a limit of $150. All those opposed, and then the chair will decide how they want this to occur. Let's just make this really easy. Let's just make it a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. And then we all say aye because we all want this to pass. All those opposed, the same sign. Of course, somebody who's going to be a smart one is going to be like, no, really, really loud. But we're going to treat this as motion passes, voice vote. We will commit the recommendation. And now we've gone through and we have discussed how this all functions. As you guys can see from our discussion here, there's a lot to running meetings. And the best thing about this is that there are people like myself who are available for questions, but also your chair, your secondary chair or your co-chair, etc., will be there to help provide guidance for these topics. And as you can see, by just going through and by just kind of having an idea of some of the ways that this all works, you can make meetings run more effectively and honestly not waste everyone's time, because we all know you guys have a lot of time for here. All right. I told Ms. White about 45 to 50 minutes. It's been exactly 50 minutes. I appreciate you guys giving me the chance to come and speak to all of you guys today. Hopefully I didn't bore you all to death, but now is a great time for questions. If you guys have questions, you can go ahead and unmute and I'll be here for a couple minutes if you guys have any questions.
All right, commissioners. Thank you, Parliamentarian Swagger. I do see 4 hands.
All right.
And 5. Well, okay, so I think Sorter was first.
Okay, well, first, thank you for your presentation. And I'm going to, full transparency here, I think I've been doing this wrong in my other committees because we go through agenda topic, debate, and then the motion, and then the motion carries or whatever. So I think I've been putting the cart before the horse, so to speak, on that part. So I should learn that today. So thank you.
Oh, no problem. And by the way, there is something called small committee rules. And if it's a small committee, you can do exactly what you just stated. That's okay. Perfectly fine in small committees. But in a group like this where you have 15, 18, 20 people, informal rules kind of fall apart over time. So if that works for you in your committee, as long as you're getting a motion and voting, that's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Anyone else? I see a hand up from Mr. I apologize. Toston, Toston.
Toston, no problem. Thank you so much for a great presentation. And like Commissioner Sorter, I'm reflecting on, was I doing it the right way previously? I do have a question about, I don't believe it was covered, abstaining from a vote. Could you clarify how an abstention is counted in the final tally?
So in a final tally, an abstention basically says, I wish to not partake in this vote. So there are several ways of handling it. The general way, the correct way of handling it is simply your vote is not counted in the vote. It's not for or against the motion. It's just, I choose not to vote. That is the correct way of doing it. Many secretaries will record that there were abstentions in the minutes, but again, Robert's Rules of Order specifies that a vote is just the voting on the affirmative or the negative. And of course, the question people ask all the time is, why would I want to abstain? Perhaps I don't want to vote against the motion because maybe I agree as part of the motion, but I don't, maybe I have a conflict of interest, or perhaps I don't want to come on record against the motion, but I also don't want to say I'm for the motion. So, but you're exactly correct. There are many ways it's handled, but traditionally an abstention just says, I don't want to vote. And as long as there's enough people to get a quorum to vote, it's perfectly fine. Any other questions? No problem. Any other questions? I see a hand up from Miss Ruiz.
Yes, Ms. Swagger, I just want to thank you for being here today. I thought this was an amazing presentation, and just thank you for sharing your expertise with us.
Appreciate it.
I didn't have a question. I just wanted to say that, yes.
Thank you, Ms. Ruiz. Christine, like I tell my students, I butcher your name if I try to say it. So, did you have a question?
Yes, I just wanted to, well, mostly I wanted to thank you. That was very helpful. And I guess I have a question for Chair Hayes-White. Are you our expert when we get stuck or when we have questions? Who within ACSE is going to help guide us, unless Ms. Swagger is going to be with us every meeting? I'm just wondering, and I'm not, I'm actually, it's a serious question, like who will be helping us just to ensure that we are following proper procedure? Is that something that the chair and vice chair?
The answer to that question is ACSE leadership in partnership with the ACSE secretary, Director Calamise. Director Calamise, do you agree?
Yes. Great, thank you.
I will say that Ms. White does have my contact information, and if anything ever comes up that needs a clarification, she can always get a hold of me. But I don't have an official role with your committee. I'm just an advisor for the committee. So if anything comes up in that regard, she does have my information, and I'm more than happy to come and speak with you guys or speak with any member of the committee individually if needed in the future.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And then last up, Ms. Gaff.
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you so much for the presentation. And I have a related question. I know that some groups or some committees have a parliamentarian, official member, and others don't. You've obviously been very kind and have volunteered your service, but under what kinds of circumstances would a group have an official parliamentarian?
Generally speaking, a parliamentarian is not required, because a parliamentarian is never required. A parliamentarian would be best served for a committee where there are contentious topics being brought up. So, for example, if you have a committee, if you have a group that has many divided opinions, you generally would want somebody there to help mitigate those questions, to help the committee understand. A good example of this would be, for example, Congress in the United States Congress. They have a parliamentarian for the House of Representatives and for the Senate that helps answer those rules of conduct. So anytime there's anytime the committee that is serving a person is serving a high role within government, a high a lot of debate and it's almost always a good idea to have somebody on retainer or someone as part of the committee to answer those questions. For a group where you're simply bringing up motions once in a while, talking about motions once in a while, where there's not a lot of contentious ideas, then having a parliamentarian is not necessary for those committees in that regard. So it's up to whether they feel that if the services are needed, they can be brought on. Now, one reason a lot of people would bring on a parliamentarian, at least temporarily, is if they're going to be doing revisions to governing documents, such as bylaws, such as standing rules, such as those type of things.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Were there any other questions? I see a hand from Ms. Lopez.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Swagger, for giving us such a wonderful presentation, and thank you for Commissioner Chair Hayes-White for having Ms. Swagger here today. I think it's very helpful. And there's just a couple things I wanted to ask and comment on. I know Ms. Graff asked about parliamentary being present. I know that when I was at the State Council, we had an attorney present at our meetings, and she was an expert and would guide us at times. And so I think that sometimes when there's an attorney present that has knowledge and gives us guidance, that's also been helpful in my past. Also, I wanted to comment that for a regional center committee for self-determination that I sit on for the County of Orange, oftentimes when we're going through this and someone makes a motion, there's an assumption that because that person made a motion or someone seconded, that it was an assumption that they were for that motion. So I think that this is great because oftentimes I don't want to correct someone, especially on Zoom. I'm not great with Zoom. I just feel like things don't flow as nice, and I get stumbled with my words and my thoughts get all mixed up because I feel like I'm not on camera, and I am. But I think that's great because it really, as you mentioned, it just opens up for that discussion, because oftentimes if we make a motion on something and we're just really all for it, and then we hear all the different sides and the opinions and the experiences that others are having, it really educates us, and then we change our decision, and then we have that right to vote differently. So I think that this was great, and thank you so much for presenting to us today.
I appreciate the sentiment. I do want to make one comment there. One thing about parliamentarians is that we are experts at the way meetings are run, governing documents, those type of things. We're not always experts at Ed Code, for example, or California State Code, California law, federal law. And having an attorney there is always good if there is ramification legally for a committee in that regard. So both individuals have contrasting yet also similar roles. And again, many times the role of a parliamentarian can occur outside of meetings, especially when you have a strong chair. The chair is kind of the guiding force, and we're there as an advisor.
And thank you for that. The other comment that or question I had that I just popped in my head is where I struggle a little bit is as my chair position at the county is I really want everyone to have a voice. So sometimes, like you said, if too many people are saying the same thing or it's getting a little controversial, the two things that I found that it is a problem, and one I'm not even sure if this is the place or you can answer this, is when we're supposed to get public comment when there's a motion on the floor. And I've heard different things, because we're dealing with Bagley Keene, we're dealing with Robert's rules, and it's to get the public comment. But because we're doing Zoom, it's like, okay, sometimes I stop and I'm not really sure, is this a time for public comment? And in between those motions, because when we're in person, there's people that show up and we let them have the mic to have public comment or discussion. So that's one thing. And then when we open that floor for that chat, for those chats, because we'll say, okay, let's go to the chat and see what person wants to have a voice, because there we are. Sometimes somebody else in that chat is saying something negative about somebody else, and we can't shut that chat down because it's public. So I'm not sure if you have any input on that, and maybe because we're still through Zoom, those changes haven't been made and they may never be addressed. So thank you.
There's in fact, in the latest version of Robert's Rules of Order, there's a number of areas that discuss this exact situation. And I'm gonna tell you, none of us have the answers to these scenarios. One scenario is that on Zoom, the moderator can set up a waiting room where if a public member wants to join, they can join the meeting, but they're put in a waiting room. They're brought on, they can make their public comment, and then they can be asked to leave the meeting or to go back to the waiting room. And that's a good way of dealing with the situation, someone coming on and using a chat box, for example, to make those communications. The hard thing becomes if a meeting is public on Zoom, can we set it up? And I'm not an expert at Zoom, but can we set it up so that there is a streaming version where people can stream, say, on YouTube or some other public platform? And then you can say, hey, if you want to speak, go, log on. This is the meeting code. We'll put you in the waiting room, etc. That's one way of handling it. Again, it's difficult for that exact reason. There's no clean answer to the waiting room issue. But in that regard, generally speaking, public comment is made prior to the official motion being brought up. And again, every group has rules that are a little bit different. But traditionally, the way it works is you have public comment, and that could be public comment where they are brought the group, those up. And then once public comment is closed, then an official motion is made. And at that point, Robert's Rules of Order specifies that only members who have the right to debate can debate at that point. So public comment occurs before the motion is made, not after. And again, that's a minor thing, but that's done that way so that public can't get up and start, in trying to influence the discussion. Think of it like this. Once the motion is made, it's time for the people who have the rights to make the decisions to discuss the topic. You could think of public comment like people holding signs outside of a school board meeting. They're there to voice their opinion, but once the meeting starts, it's the individuals that are actually debating who are actually part of the committee that makes those decisions, and that's when that happens. And at that point, the chair can say, the time for public comment has been reached. We appreciate your comments. We're now going to decide the motion. And that avoids, and I've seen it done other ways too, but that's the most common way I've seen it at the numerous school boards I've spoken in front of. That's the most common way I've seen it happen. Was there any further questions?
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Well, as always, it's been a pleasure, Ms. White, for coming and speaking with you guys today. If anyone has any questions, as I tell my students, concerns, problems, objections, anything, feel free to get in touch with Ms. White. She can give you my contact information. I'll be absolutely happy to talk to you individually on anything. Or if she would like to have me come back at any point in the future, I'd be happy to come back and chat with you guys either on Zoom or hopefully sometime in the future in person. But thank you guys so very much. If you guys don't have anything else, I will sign off.
Commissioners, let's give Parliamentarian Swagger a virtual clap. All right.
Thank you guys so much. You have a great day.
Thank you, Ms. Swagger. So let's see. Public comment. Janelle, can you please put up the public comment slide so we can have an opportunity for the public to comment if they would like?
Yes, facilities has that slide. They will be sharing that.
Thank you. All right, let's allow the public an opportunity. Say that again, Janelle, please.
There are no public comments.
All right, hearing no, thank you. Hearing no public comments, we will now move into item number 2. Proposed bylaw language for Article 4 liaison. Now, commissioners, I'm going to attempt to share my screen. Commissioners, do you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Is it big enough?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, commissioners, I would like to draw your attention to page 12 of our ACSE 2019 bylaws, to section 4, amendments to bylaws. This section currently reads as follows. Amendments to the bylaws shall be made as follows. A written proposal shall be submitted to the commission at a regularly constituted meeting. A vote on the proposal shall be taken at the next regular meeting. A 2/3 vote of the members present is necessary for passage. So in order for the commission to make any type of amendments to the bylaws, we must follow this process. Commissioners, were you able to look at the bylaws and see this paragraph? Now I'm sharing my screen, so I can't see you guys.
Yes. Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, I would like, let me ask you this. Do we understand the process for amending bylaws?
Yes.
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 All right. Thank you. So now I would like to share with you guys my personal experience. So my personal experience and observation when it comes to our liaison roles is that commissioners were often confused about what the liaison role looks like and what the expectations were. So therefore, we rarely had any commissioners serving as liaisons or sharing any liaison reports during our public meetings. That is my observation and experience. Commissioners, do you have any feedback or any experiences regarding the liaison role and work? Commissioner Tostin, I can't see anybody, so let me know.
Yeah, I was going to jump in and share, you know, in the years that I've been with the commission, have seen the strength of our relationships and liaison activities decrease. There are some of our partner organizations who continue to reach out and make contact with us, but as commissioners, our proactive outreach has decreased, I would say, during the time that I've been a commissioner. Some of that is pandemic related, but in my opinion, a lot of it is, I mean, as we look around the dais today, a number of us are relatively new commissioners and had, you know, kind of the first year disrupted by the pandemic. So I think this is a timely conversation to provide some structure around these relationships and direction, so we have consistency going forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Tostin. Like, who else? Because I can't see you guys.
This is Christine Oyakawa. I absolutely agree. I've been on, I think, a little over 2 years now, and I have been a liaison and have not been reporting, in part because I didn't understand really what my role was. I would read the description and try to gather information on my own, but I wasn't really sure how I should be doing that. Do I go introduce myself to organizations? Is there a list of groups that I should be reaching out to? I kind of was trying to figure it out on my own. I was also lucky that Robin Zane actually would come present on low incidence disabilities. So really she kind of did my role for me. But for today's meeting, I tried to do a little bit more legwork on my own, but I think we would all really benefit from a better understanding and training on how to actually handle this position and do a good job for the group and for the groups that we are liaisoning with. So thank you for bringing this up.
Thank you, Commissioner Oyakawa. Anybody else I can't see?
This is Sarah Notch. I just wanted to add the importance of aligning the work that we're doing across the state. There are so many organizations that and you know, entities that are doing work to help support students with disabilities and their outcomes. And going back to our one system report, if we do these, you know, the work in silos and in a vacuum, we are really impacting our ability to be effective and streamlined. And so I think having deep connections with our liaisons is critical in aligning the work that we do and increasing the efficacy of that work across the state on behalf of students with disabilities.
Thank you, Commissioner Notch. Anybody else? I can't see you guys.
Well, I agree with Commissioner Notch, and I think that we also need to do, once we have the information or learn this information and get it to our committee, I think that we have to just do a better job in getting this information out to the community so they have the information in the most easiest way to understand it. I know I had the ability to have a meeting with the Family Empowerment Center and learned a lot on what they're doing, and was surprised to hear how so many people in the community that have needs don't tap into the resources because they don't know what they offer. So I think it's just a great idea and to do more. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lopez. Anybody else?
I have my hand up. I don't know if you see it.
Yeah, I can't see, but thank you, Commissioner Hamilton.
So from the parent perspective, And as someone who doesn't run in kind of the special education circles on a daily basis, I think it will be very beneficial to get input. You know, it's nearly impossible for me to try to keep up with all of these organizations and their work they're doing on my own, no matter how many mailing lists I subscribe to or try to visit websites or all of that sort of thing. So I think it is helpful to get, you know, these little summaries from other commissioners as to what these organizations are doing and the work they're doing, and to get that summarized in our meetings, I think will be very helpful. So I'm appreciative of this.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Okay, I can't see everyone, so is anybody have their hand up to speak?
This is Commissioner Ruiz. I agree with everybody. I didn't have a real great idea of what this was prior to this movement going forward, but it seems to be getting much more clear. And I'm just really excited about that and excited to work with everybody.
Thank you, Commissioner Ruiz. I can't see. Is anybody else wanting to speak? Is that a no?
No.
Okay. So the goal of the following proposed language is to resolve any confusion about the ACSE liaison role. So let's look at the current language identified in our 2019 bylaws. So this is Article 4 liaison, and it's located on page 12. And here is the current language. Upon approval of the commission, a liaison will be established with bona fide educational organizations. And so this is the proposed language that I would like to submit to the commission. I would like the commission to think about adding the content below, in addition to this language, within Article 4, liaison. And so I am going to read the language, okay, commissioners, and then we could discuss it after, okay? So the role of an ACSE appointed commissioner liaison is to actively observe and collect. Now, commissioners, remember I had monitor and collect. What do you think about the language actively observe and collect?
I like it much better.
I agree.
All right. All right, so let's move on. The role of the ACSE appointed commissioner liaison is to actively observe and collect the partner organization's discussions, progress, and decisions regarding students with disabilities. Commissioner Graff, I had students with special needs. Are you in agreement with students with disabilities?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
All right, moving on. During each ACSE liaison agenda item, commissioner liaisons will publicly report new information for the commission to be updated on, including but not limited to current issues, initiatives, bills, and activities regarding students with disabilities across the state of California. And Commissioner Topalian, this line is for you. Initial contact between ACSE Commissioner Liaison and the partner organization representative will be made by the commission chair. Commissioner Topalian, what say you about the line?
I think I like it. Thank you very much. But also, could we put something in there that will connect with the liaison? Because I think if we're not connected within like one email of some sort, I think there's it just seems odd. I know we had some liaison who was able to do that with us where they were connecting themselves, but I think it just fosters it faster, and it's just better that we just connect it all around by the chair. So chair would connect the liaison and the whatever committee that we're being a liaison for, or the partner organization together.
All right. I like that. Commissioners, what say you about the addition that Commissioner Topalian just suggested?
I like it.
In support. And Chair Hayes-White, Commissioner Sorter has her hand raised.
Okay, thank you. I can't see you guys, so I'm sharing my screen so I can't see. Commissioner Sorter?
Yeah, just a clarifying question, just so I'm clear. When it says during each liaison agenda item, so
Yep.
so it's like, let's say each of us has 2 or 3, we're not sharing out, all of us, like 60 updates, right? I mean, when we meet, which group is sharing out? Am I wording that right?
So how I envision it, so we have, for instance, we have a liaison item today, right? What number is that? Number 3. And so, yes, I would think that commissioners will have an opportunity during the liaison item to share and report what's going on with the partner organization. Sometimes there may not be an update, but I think the ACSE leadership will connect with folks and say, hey, as far as building the agenda, do we need extra time for everyone to share out during the liaison item? Okay. Did I answer your question?
I think so. So I'm just thinking, if each of us maybe has 2 liaisons, I'm going to be prepared, like for our next meeting, I would be prepared to share out with the groups that I am working with.
No, you're sharing out to the public. You're
right.
sharing out to the commission, to us.
Yes.
Your observations, your information that you've been collecting during the off months.
Yes.
During the liaison item. I hear Commissioner Toston.
I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt, but I just wanted to alert you that Commissioner Oyakawa has her hand raised if that conversation was complete. It appears that it was. So Commissioner Oyakawa.
Thank you. Sorry, I might be getting ahead. I just had a few questions though. I'm so grateful that you've started this, Chair Hayes-White. I love all the things you've been doing. So one question is, who decides what these partner organizations are? I think historically we have groups that we've always worked with, and maybe some liaisons, it's an obvious choice. But I guess that's my first question. And then I guess maybe perhaps to help with that, if we are missing somebody and there are people out in the public, are there groups, individuals, organizations who want to be included in any updates, that perhaps the list of liaisons and our contact information would be on our ACSE site, so that I'm just thinking, like for myself, I'm a low incidence disability liaison, and I've kind of had left it to Robin Zane to update us on the state special schools, but particularly in the deaf and hard of hearing community, you know, there are other organizations that are like there's the oral speaking groups that to be honest, it just occurred to me as we're talking about this that I should be reaching out to them too, for different perspectives. And so I wonder if how we're getting that list of who our partner organizations is. So, but thank you for doing this.
And Commissioner Oyakawa, you're spot on, because as you see identified on page 12, it doesn't really say, right? So during our August meeting, we have been making contacts and establishing partners with a number of organizations. And just to give you a list so far of some of the partners that we have made, we have a partnership with the Assessment Development and Administration Division at CDE. We have a partnership with the California Teachers Association, CARS Plus, First 5 Sacramento, the special education local plan area, the special education administrators of county offices, the Seeds of Partnership Parent Empowerment Centers, Napa County Office of Education, supporting inclusive practices. Today, we're going to hear from the California Transition Alliance. Today, hopefully, we hear from charter schools. Today, we're going to hear from Council for Exceptional Children. And today, we're not going to hear from the California Commission on Teacher Credentialing, but they will be coming to meet with us in the near future. So those are a list. Oh, wait a minute. I'm missing one. The Mental Health Commission. So if you have an organization, Commissioner Oyakawa, that we should be partnering with, please let me know. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Oyakawa?
I guess, you know, I'm just wondering, like, this list, because I want to have as many voices heard, especially if there are areas where there's more than one way or even controversy on how to support these students with disabilities. And I think that's why I'm thinking maybe put our list of liaison areas and contacts on our ACSE site. That way, if there are any organizations that we are missing that do want to be heard, that they have a way of reaching out to the liaison to get themselves included on, at least on our radar. So that was, I think, the gist of my point. Thank you.
Yes, and it was taking, because we are rebuilding this program. But I do want to get your thoughts on an organization that you would be interested in liaisoning with, Commissioner Oyakawa.
So, you know, I've already, you know, am in touch with the state special schools, the superintendent for them. But I was thinking of, like, from the DHH side, I was thinking like the Alexander Graham Bell organizations. I think there's a couple more that I'm dropping off my bad memory. But some in the oral, the oral speaking communication groups for the DHH community. I think that I can figure out who I think might be sort of good umbrella groups to reach out to. But I want to give some balance, and so just make sure that those who want to can be included in any of our discussions. And I think Vicki Graff has her hand up too, and David Tolston, just letting you know.
I can't see, guys, so you have to let me know. Commissioner Graff?
Commissioner Graff, I believe your microphone is muted still.
Thank you so much. I apologize. Yeah, just a point for clarification, because we had discussed that I would be the liaison with the California Commission on Teacher Credentialing, but then we've also asked a commissioner from the CTC to also be our liaison. So there's actually two of us. And so just to clarify what each of our roles would be in terms of making this an effective process.
So, Commissioner Graff, what do you mean by two of us?
Well, so go ahead.
I'm appointing you as an ACSE commissioner to liaison with CTC.
Correct.
And to actively and observe and collect information on CTC side.
Correct.
Now, who you foster a positive collaborative relationship with is someone on the CTC side.
Okay, all right. Because we had hoped that that commissioner would be able to join us today, but she's not available. And hopefully she will be in February. So we would actually communicate with each other then to be able to share that relationship.
Yes, you're actively observing and collecting information from her commission, and you are sharing that report with us, with ACSE, during the liaison item.
Very good. All right. Thank you so much for the clarification.
All right. Commissioner, go ahead, Commissioner Toston.
Yeah, and so I have my hand up, and Commissioner Ruiz has her hand up following me. So thank you for that clarification. So I'll restate it just to make sure I understand. Between our meetings, I'm connecting with the partner organization, gathering information, tracking dialogue with that organization. At the next ACSE meeting, if there is information to report, for example, State SELPA has supported these bills and legislation, or SECO is moving in this direction, I could report that out.
Yep.
Alternatively, I could work with the chair and the rest of the leadership team if we wanted to invite a partner organization to present at the meeting because their information is germane to a conversation we're having, say around SB 291. The School of the Deaf wants to weigh in, and I, as the commissioner, might work with the chair if we felt they needed to present at the meeting. But primarily, the liaisons are reporting out any updates from the folks that we're working with.
Absolutely. Commissioners,
thank you.
What do you think about his summary?
A+, thank you. Very, very helpful.
Accurate, yes.
Agreed.
Thank
All
you.
right.
So Commissioner Ruiz, I believe, is next.
Thank you. Okay, just a couple things, Chair Hayes-White. Now, while working with my work group in between our last meeting and this meeting, if another agency came up that where it might be beneficial to have their input on things, where would I suggest that? Like,
well,
I'm liaisoning with the FECs, right? And in that meeting, a non-FEC agency came up, but I think it would be great to have them interact with our commission. So I'm sorry to interrupt.
Well, I think just how Commissioner Oyakawa has raised some suggestions. Oh, you know, the state special schools will be a good organization for us to partner with. So I guess during the liaison item, you can raise to the commission, hey, commission, I would like for the commission to have a partnership with XYZ partner organization, and I would like to serve as a liaison.
Got it. Thank you. And then the second question is, it came up in our work group that, so the people that we are liaisoning with do not necessarily have to be on this meeting. Not Correct. In person, but even, you know, just from their offices, take 2 days to be on, because that was a concern. And I didn't think that they did, that I'd be reporting. So, yeah.
Absolutely. But they can certainly watch as public members.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
You know, Chair Hayes-White, I would also add just your last comment. Although we're liaisons, organizations that take a particular stance on a topic would be encouraged to make comments during the public comment session rather than having commissioners try and translate positions or thoughts around a particular topic. So while we're liaisoning around their body of work, we're not communicating on the behalf of those organizations in our meeting.
Totally agreed. Does everybody understand Commissioner Toston's last comment?
Yes, and that's a great point.
Yes.
All right. So I think we stopped at the star, and I want to quickly review the steps. How to actively observe and collect information. The ACSE Commissioner is to foster a positive, collaborative, and ongoing relationship with the representative liaison from your partner organization, agency, and/or commission. Schedule monthly meetings with your partner liaison to observe and collect updates. If available, frequently visit the partner organization's website. If available, subscribe to the partner organization's listserv, newsletters, and/or alerts. if available and as appropriate, observe the partner organization's meeting agendas and attend in-person or virtual meetings as a public member or guest. Decide what specific information should be reported at the next public ACSE meeting. During each ACSE liaison agenda item, publicly report updated information for the commission to discuss as an advisory body. An appointed ACSE Commissioner Liaison is precluded from speaking on the behalf of the commission. An appointed ACSE Commissioner Liaison's essential role is to actively observe and collect new information on the behalf of the commission. So this is the proposed language. We have to add an amendment right here for Commissioner Topalian. But this is essentially the role of the ACSE liaison. And this is what I would like to propose that we add to Article 4 liaison. Commissioners, what say you?
For the scheduled monthly meetings, can that say if available? I mean, is that a deal breaker? The other ones say if available. So I was just wondering if we could put if available for the monthly meetings, or is that more of a mandatory monthly meeting thing?
So my vision would be for us, for commissioners, to partner with our organizations during our off months. So how much time do we have between each commission meeting?
I think it's about 2 months.
Yeah.
2 months.
And Commissioner Oyakawa has her hand raised.
Okay, how about I say schedule regular? So it won't put like a time frame.
Chair Hayes-White, I just have a general question, and if anyone else here can help me understand. I think when I have volunteered on nonprofits before, my understanding was that it's generally suggested not to have too much detail in a bylaw. And I think because if you don't follow them exactly, then you are technically violating a bylaw, and then there's some ramification. And so I'm wondering, I don't know how that works for the commission and if it's not an issue or it is, but I'm wondering if it's possible to, if we should, I don't know if we should or not, but I'm wondering if we should not necessarily put all this language in the bylaw, but perhaps have it as a commission policy or procedure that we follow to implement what is in the bylaw. And perhaps it's okay to have this detail in there, but even just as we discussed the question of, monthly meetings versus periodic meetings, if it had said monthly meetings and we weren't doing it monthly and we're violating our bylaws, is there some sort of repercussion from that? So I'm not sure if that concern is necessary or not, but I just wanted to raise it because I'm not actually sure.
So good question. And this is where the ACSE proposed language would go to Director Calamise and then go to the lawyers at CDE to help us with that. Commissioner Director Calamise, do you have any comments on that?
No further comment. You're exactly right in terms of any proposed changes to the bylaws. We are happy to collaborate and review those proposed changes with you, with our legal team as well.
Great, thank you both.
Commissioner Topalian has her hand raised.
Yes, so I would just also suggest that I think just some language, because around just saying maybe just connect with them, because I know I've done that previously with the assessment committee. If I can't attend it, then I would set up another meeting just to get updates or look at their website or just bring something back to it. So just saying some wording around, because it could be intense. There could be 5 meetings within that special committee that we're the liaison, and somebody may not have the time to do it. But just to get periodic updates in some sort of fashion. I don't know how we would put it right now, or we don't even have to say it. I think it would be better to leave it loose, because then at that point, it means that you're going to bring the information back. And you're responsible for it as a commissioner and as a liaison. My suggestion.
Chair Hayes-White, Commissioner Ruiz has her hands raised.
Thank you.
Okay. Also, I appreciated your initial intentionality about this, because I do think that that we can have these meetings. I mean, that it should be really some kind of a large circumstance that would keep us from at least touching base in between our commission meetings. So I like leaving it loose, and that would leave a lot of the accountability on us, and that's totally fine. But I just don't want it to be so loose that it loses its steam a little bit and it's just kind of optional. Because I really think we're moving powerfully in a great direction right now. And I just would hate to see that slow down.
And adding to Commissioner Ruiz's comments, I think separating some of the language, because we are very clear on what needs to happen. We definitely want to have conversations with agencies. Our descriptions of how that needs to happen, I think going back to our conversation at operations and planning, could be content that is maybe more appropriate for our onboarding and commissioner training, and resources available in terms of here are our strategies to connect with your agencies. Because some of our statewide partners may not have a regular cadence of meetings, or they may be loosely organized, but have a position that they want to share with us. And Chair Hayes-White, I see no further hands at the moment.
Commissioners, we have started a robust conversation, and I planned to, finalize, but we need to carry on this conversation for the next meeting. And I think it's going to be very appropriate that we have a bylaws committee to continue this work. So, commissioners, with that said, are there any other questions or comments on this topic before I open up the floor for public comment? All right, hearing none. Janelle, can you please put up the slide for public comment?
The public comment slide is up, and just a reminder that there is a delay in the webcast stream. So we will want to wait at least 2 minutes so that people have time to dial in. As a reminder, you're welcome. As a reminder, the dial-in number is 717-908-1937, and the participant access code is 467-9071#. As a reminder, you can also ask for copies of the meeting materials by emailing acse@cde.ca.gov.
Janelle, are there any public comments?
We have no comments.
All right, hearing none, we will now move into item number 3, Annual Chair Liaison Appointments and Commissioner State Board of Education Liaison Reports. Today, we're going to continue meeting some of our partner organizations. We are going to meet a partner liaison representative from the following organizations. Now, let me see if I see folks here. All right. California Charter Schools, are you here? I don't think I see you. California Transition Alliance, are you here? I think I see you.
This is Sawyer. Yes, I am here.
Thank you. All right. California Transition Alliance ACSE Liaison Commissioner is Commissioner Sorter. All right. Council for Exceptional Children, are you here?
I saw the president on the screen, but I'm not sure if she's still here.
Okay. So hopefully she'll come back. And the ACSE Liaison is Commissioner Graff for the Council for Exceptional Children. And supporting inclusive practices, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
All right. And so the ACSE Liaison Commissioner is Commissioner Snipes. After we meet our representatives, we will hear from our State Board Liaison member, Sharon Olken. Then we will hear individual Commissioner Liaison reports. All right, to our partner liaison representatives, you will each have 5 minutes to introduce yourself, share who you are, give us your name, your individual background, how long have you personally been working in the field, then introduce your organization, what the purpose of your organization is, share the mission, vision, goals, and or objectives for the 2022-23 school year. So let us begin with the California Transition Alliance. President Sawyer, I pass the mic to you.
Thank you, Dr. White. I'm really pleased to be here today because I think the value of collaborating and coordinating messages and sharing resources and perspectives is really critical. I am Sue Sawyer. I've been an educator for more than 40 years. I have my master's degree in school counseling, and we formed the California Transition Alliance as a nonprofit organization in 2005. And our focus has consistently been to engage youth, to provide training, to collaborate with partners. And when we look at partnerships, we are looking at partners within education, within the disability community, and also the community as a whole. So we have business partnerships, we have partners with a variety of entities. And we look outside of special ed to make sure that we're collaborating with career technical education, and we're collaborating with those programs that are so critical for our youth to know about. And those destinations, where are they going to go after they leave school, and how do we connect with them and find out how best to prepare for them to go there. So I think that as I read the annual report from the commission, I realized how closely aligned our efforts are when it comes to achieving student successful outcomes. Our vision is that all students, including students with disabilities, leave high school prepared for their next environment as workers and earners, as productive citizens, responsible family members, and lifelong learners. Our goals have been really to focus on broadcasting the importance of IEPs that are strength-based, student-focused, and student-led. We have done extensive work in the area of identifying pathways to a diploma and collaborate closely with diploma initiatives. We engage people in training on secondary transition services, inclusive educational options, and we try to define clear and attainable options for college and competitive employment. We also encourage the implementation of research best practices that lead to successful outcomes, and we encourage and support youth. We support people who are parents and adult allies and youth serving partners that work with the youth, so that we have some of the same tools, some of the same information, and some of the same resources. We're going to do a presentation later, so is that what you were looking for, Dr. White?
Absolutely. Thank you for putting face to the name.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to have, all right, let's move on. Is Council for Exceptional Children here?
Yeah, Ann Bessie is showing under attendee, not panelist, so she's having difficulties talking. So I don't know if she can get a different Zoom link or what she needs.
Okay. While, I don't know if CDE can help with that, but while we are trying to resolve that, go ahead.
I'm sorry, what link is she, what link is she under?
I just know her name is showing up under attendee, not as a panelist. So I think when you're an attendee, you don't have the option to speak.
Got it. Our tech team will take care of that.
Thank you.
All right, in the interim, can we have supporting inclusive practices go next?
No problem. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for welcoming this information around supporting inclusive practices. I know some of you are familiar with the project, but some of you may not be, so happy to share a little bit this afternoon. I'm going to follow Sue's lead and not use our slide deck and just kind of speak off the cuff to keep to the time limit here. So my name is Kristen Brooks. I'm an executive director with the Supporting Inclusive Practices Project out of Riverside County Office of Education. This is going on my 25th year in education. I began as a speech language pathologist, kind of by trade, and then advanced toward inclusive practices and starting an inclusive preschool program, co-leading that and designing that in Southern California that still exists today since 2005. And really just grew in my passion for inclusion of students with disabilities and students without disabilities. So really talking about all students, all marginalized populations in terms of equity and inclusive systems and schooling for kids. And so teamed up with our partner county office in El Dorado in the north, and we have an amazing team that is beginning to expand to really address state performance plan indicators 3, 5, 6, and 7 related to least restrictive environment and achievement for students with disabilities. We work with many partner organizations throughout the state to make this happen. And so really our aims are provided through 3 tiers. Tier 1 is free professional learning in person and virtual events to anyone in California around topics that have really bubbled up from the field in our work, boots on the ground with folks. That's anything from co-teaching, universal design, behavioral supports, students with extensive support needs, and the like. So just a range of topics that folks are interested in and needing support with in the field at a tier 1 level, and thought partnership with really anyone in the state. At a tier 2 level, we provide direct technical assistance to grantees who are named by the California Department of Education Special Education Division. Those could be single school districts, county offices of education, or special education local plan areas who are really looking to move in an organic way from their current state to their desired state regarding those state performance plan indicators. So that could be assistance with their strategic plans, direct professional development, classroom walkthroughs, data collection. It could be a range of things that they're in need of. At a tier 3 level, we have recently begun to support with the compliance and improvement monitoring process, the new accountability system here in California. And we support directly the intensive level 2 identified local educational agencies in their pursuit of identifying what their root causes are, their problem of practice, and helping them work through each of the steps of the process toward their implementation plan. Following November 1st, when those are submitted, we'll find out how many of those folks in intensive monitoring will then be assigned to SIP as a grantee for implementing that plan. Beyond that, we have social media. We have our website that you are free to access, sipinclusion.org, and sign up for any events. Anyone you're connected to who would really benefit from the new information. We also work with the amazing Mary Grady to create your ACSE reports, your annual reports. So very much in touch with what's happening here on the commission, as well as the special EDGE newsletter that is developed under Director Calmese's guidance. So we are just in this work together. I think that's sort of the bottom line, is we are all aiming in the same direction of just supporting kids in inclusive and equitable spaces throughout this very large state. And you cannot apply just one methodology to every locale and expect that it's going to work. You really have to dig deep into what is the culture, community, and context in each of those places. And we're really coming from the perspective of culture, policy, practice. So culture being the foundation of the work that we do. What are the policies that are informing our culture, and the practices that are really getting down to the student and family levels? So as I mentioned, we partner with many of the folks on the line here, and just really hope to continue in this work together in whatever capacity the commission deems best for kids and families.
Thank you, Dr. Brooks, for sharing all of that regarding SIP. All right, now let's have the Council for Exceptional Children. President Ann Vesey, are you here? I think I see you.
I am here. Thank you very much. I've actually been here all morning. I just was not signed in under the right piece, I guess. So it's been a pleasure to listen in on the commission this morning and hear what you all have to say and the things that are going on. To share a little bit of my background. I have been a special educator for the last 40 years. I started out actually in the state of Missouri, but moved to California in 1983. So I've been involved ever since. I was a teacher for children with significant disabilities for many years in the Redlands Unified School District. Went on to become SELPA director for Moreno Valley Unified, and I ended my career with Riverside County Office of Education as the executive director of special ed. And I had the pleasure to attend your meetings for many years as the liaison for the SECO group, the Special Education Administrators of County Offices. And the way we did that at that time was I actually came up for the entire commission meetings and sat in and listened and was able to report to you when it was our turn on SECO to share what we were doing as a administrative group, and then take back what was happening at the commission to my group when we would meet every other month. So it was a great partnership. And now I am retired and doing a little bit of consulting with the county office for their EAP grant. And I'm very glad to be a part of those inclusive practices. But somehow the group roped me in to be the president of the Council for Exceptional Children for California. And this is very timely for us. Two of our executive board members are actually on the commission with you, and Dr. Sorter and Dr. Graff. So nice to see the two of you. We actually had an in-person / Zoom meeting last week and kind of reviewed what's the Council for Exceptional Children, what's our purpose, what's our goals, what do we want to do? And we were very fortunate in that we had a member from the national organization, actually international organization, come from Washington, D.C. and spend some time with us. And really what our goal and what our hope is that we want to support teachers as they do this great work for special education students throughout the state of California. And we want to provide that support for them through resources, through extra things that we can do for them through conferences, through webinars. I think we are a rather unique organization in that we are made up of not only just K-12 folks or preschool through 12, but we are also very collaborative with the IHEs. Our board is represented from all walks of that. And we really, in the last 3 years, have moved towards webinars, where we were doing monthly webinars for anybody that wanted to join in. And some of those webinars had 400 people, and some of them had 40 people. It just varied greatly, and it was kind of about the topic and what their needs are. When we met last week and talked about me coming on and meeting with all of you and talking about how we can work together as a group and an organization, one of the things came up was we were supposed to have a conference last week and it was canceled. Just too hard to get people to come out, just too much going on. But the other thing we've really come to realize, there's too many conferences put on by so many different organizations. And so one of the things we talked about wouldn't it be awesome if CEC could do a joint conference with CARS, with the Department of Ed, with the SIP group, so that we were not all at different ends of it, but we were all working towards the same means. And then I voiced up and then said, I'm going to show my age here, but there was a time, and I can remember going to it very well, when the Special Education Division put on a big conference in partnership with all those outside agencies. And there were probably 1,500 special educators roaming around Sacramento and learning so much together and doing great networking things. So if that's something that we want to look towards in the future with a partnership, so that we're not all trying to compete for conferences, but we're all working together, we'd love to do that type of a partnership with the Advisory Commission, with the State Special Education Division. Whatever we can do to make that work would be great. But we're here to work with you, to support you, and to support our teachers that are out there in the trenches doing the day-to-day stuff. And whether they're teaching kids with mild disabilities, with significant disabilities, with low incidence disabilities. And what we really want to do is support those inclusion practices for the kiddos that really need those supports, and just be open to everybody and everything that we can to help. So that's CEC in a nutshell.
Thank you, President Vesey. Thank you so much for being here with us today. And we so very much appreciate your partnership. Is California Charter Schools here?
Gina is not here, and she said that I should share the update. She's not sure she'll be able to make it.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. All right. So let me remind everyone who the liaison is for supporting inclusive practices. The liaison is Commissioner Snipes. For the Council for Exceptional Children, the Commissioner Liaison is Commissioner Graff. For the California Transition Alliance, Commissioner Sorter, and for the California Charter Schools is Commissioner Hamilton. All right, so now let's move right on into hearing from our State Board Liaison, Member Sharon Oken. Are you here, Member Oken?
I am. Yeah. Hello. Good morning. You see me?
Okay. I turn over the mic to you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you all for having me today. I look forward to these meetings each time. I had the good fortune of meeting many of you in person at what may have been the only in-person meeting in the last many years. And I hope we get to do that again at some point. But in the meantime, I appreciate this time with you. I think I've met almost everybody, but just to give a very brief personal summary, my name is Sharon Olkin. I am the Executive Director of Gateway Public Schools in San Francisco. We're a small charter school organization. We have a middle school and a high school. And I've been there at Gateway since 2000, started as a teacher, became principal, helped us open our second school, and then became executive director. And Gateway was founded by a group of parents, most of whom had a student with some type of learning disability. And the intent of the school was to put learning at the center, with the recognition that all students can learn at high levels and that schools need to be responsive to what kids need. And so that has remained a really key focus of ours. And so being with you on this commission is really meaningful for me. However, I'm actually here because I am a recently appointed member of the State Board of Education. And so I'm the liaison to this commission, just with the intent of when things come up at the state board that are particularly of interest to those serving students with disabilities, to serve as sort of a conduit of information. I also report to them about some of the things that are going on here on this commission. So it's a really nice two-way street. And so as you were having your conversation about liaison roles and how to make them work, I was paying close attention. So I was just going to report briefly on our September Board of Ed meeting. We have 2-day meetings typically, and in this last meeting, there were 2 sort of big areas of focus. There were many agenda items, but they sort of boiled down to 2 things at the highest level. One is, as we return from the pandemic, and we start to reincorporate some of the testing and other measures of student and school success, how to do right by school communities and student groups, recognizing the really devastating effects of the pandemic and also the disruption on school attendance, state accountability measures, et cetera. And so sort of how do we both understand how kids in schools are doing through our accountability system, but also not use it as a way to penalize schools, have it really be more formative in our understanding. So that was one, and I'll talk a little bit about that in a second. And then the second one is there were quite a few charter school issues on the agenda, which are less relevant for this commission, but we are in shortly before the pandemic, a new state law was passed, Assembly Bill 1505, that changed the way charter schools are approved and renewed. And so we're just in the beginning of implementing this new process. And so it's timely and complicated, and everybody's learning it for the first time. So that was really the crux of the second day, was charter school issues. But what I wanted to share specifically today was something that was brought to the state board about the California dashboard. So as I think most of you know, we have a multiple measure system of accountability in California that's really trying to capture student and school progress broadly, recognizing that no one single measure of success is a perfect indicator of what we're trying to accomplish for kids. And so we have this, and it's complicated. And so then we have a dashboard that tries to, for schools and counties and LEAs, lay out sort of a simpler view of how each LEA is doing. And as we move back into an era where we're adding new measures onto the dashboard, and we're also, some measures are missing because they measure growth, and we didn't have testing, for example, for several years. It felt important to take this opportunity to go back and think about what's the point of the dashboard. So what are the guiding principles that direct any decision-making and guide any decision-making we might do related to changes to the dashboard. So I just wanted to share I think it's 10 dashboard foundational guiding principles with you, because I think they're sort of high level and interesting, and I think they also relate to, I think those of us who care deeply about the success of students for whom learning may be a specific challenge, but know that they're completely capable and know that some of the measures of success often give a distorted picture of our young people. I think some of these dashboard guiding principles are particularly relevant. So I'm just going to share them with you now, and I'm going to read them. So give me 1 second to find that page. Okay, so just the 1 second the 1 second description is these principles will be used to support decisions as future changes and additions to dashboard state and local indicators are presented. So it's really just to help us ensure we're sticking with our overarching goals when making decisions. So these are the 10. Number 1, the dashboard focuses on elements that express the state's priorities for a well-rounded, well-supported education and makes space for what is valued locally. Number 2, promotes equity through focus on student group opportunities and performance. Number 3, gives equal weight to each indicator. Number 4, values high performance and growth equally. Number 5, reports transparently and comprehensively at the state, district, school, and student group levels. Number 6, promotes effective visualization, clear communication, and thorough documentation. Number 7, reflects technical quality through measures that are valid and reliable. Number 8, leverages the expertise and perspectives of a broad set of educational partners and community members. Number 9, promotes coherence between data reporting and support and improvement programs. And number 10, is subject to continuous revision and improvement. I know that's kind of a lot to take in orally, but I hope that as you listen to those, they resonate not just in terms of state accountability and our dashboard, but also some of our broader goals and ways of thinking about students and the way we work together and recognize what works best for our young people broadly. And just in terms of process, those were brought to the state board as after having been vetted through a variety of groups across the state, there were a couple of revisions that were suggested. For example, to me, the first one, which is about focuses on elements that express the state's priorities for a well-rounded, well-supported education and make space for what is valued locally. That feels particularly important to me in that our state priorities reflect a really broad understanding of what students need and what schools need to do in order to promote student success. They're not just about testing. They're not just about attendance. They really look at a lot of ways that we're trying to understand the strength of a school, and so really wanted to make sure that that was highlighted in those dashboard principles. That's my report. The downside of a report is that it doesn't leave room for give and take, because I would love to hear your perspectives on it too. Maybe over the next day and a half, I'll get to hear some of how that weaves through. And then, of course, you can always reach out to me. So thank you so much for having me. I appreciate the time.
Thank you, Member Oken. All right, now it's time for individual Commissioner Liaison report. If you have some to share, I heard that Commissioner Hamilton has a liaison report to share regarding California charter schools. Commissioner Hamilton, will you mind going first and sharing a share out?
My pleasure. So I have become the liaison for the California Charter Schools Association, otherwise known as CCSA. I'll give you a little background about CCSA since we did not have representation here to provide that. CCSA supports charter schools through state and local advocacy, leadership on accountability, and resources for member schools, including support around special education. CCSA is a trusted source of data and information on California's charter schools for parents, authorizers, legislators, the press, and other interested groups. Their vision is building great public schools of joy and rigor that prepare all California students for success in college, career, community, and life. And their mission is to meet parent, educator, and community need for great public school options by supporting and advocating for high-quality nonprofit charter schools and sharing their success through California public schools. And I just want to add that as the parent of a disabled student with significant support needs who attends a public charter school, I can attest to the wonderful, fully inclusive education my daughter receives, and that her differences are embraced at every level and her needs are supported in a way that has allowed her to succeed and thrive academically, emotionally, and socially. I recently connected with former ACSE Commissioner and Chair Gina Plate to get a few highlights on CCSA's current work, and here's what I have to report. CCSA just started hosting monthly meetings for 59 new California Community Schools Partnership Program grant recipients. In these meetings, the schools are learning best practices, sharing resources, and building relationships as they plan for opening community-based schools. The community-based school model helps schools partner with community agencies and local government to align community resources to improve student outcomes. The partnerships provide an integrated focus on academics, health and social services, youth and community development, and community engagement. And one example of some of the work CCSA is leading in helping prepare these community-based schools for, emergencies and other things that could go wrong or happen. There was recently a horrific event with a school shooting in Oakland, and while terrible, it showed how a community came together in an organized and effective way for support, and is reflection of the importance of having emergency school safety and trauma response plans ready, which is one of the many services addressed in the Community Schools Partnership Program that CCSA is helping to implement. CCSA is also gearing up for its annual conference on March 13th through 16th at the Sacramento Convention Center. The California Charter Schools Conference is the premier statewide professional development and networking event for charter school professionals and brings together more than 3,000 charter school educators, leaders, teachers, and supporters to learn from one another, deepen their practice, and celebrate the movement. And you can learn more about that or register to attend at www.charterconference.org. And last but not least, after 13 wonderful years with CCSA, Gina Plate recently accepted a position with a new organization where she will continue to work on education initiatives. However, I'm happy to report she is still active and engaged in the tireless work of CCSA, and we will continue to liaise with her and others within the organization moving forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton, for starting off the liaison role. That was awesome. Okay, so I know a couple of commissioners have some information to share out. Commissioner Ruiz, would you like to go next?
Sure. Thank you.
And please remind us who your partner organization is.
Well, before I do that, I just want to point out that it is actually me and Commissioner April Lopez. We are co-chairing liaison roles with the Family Empowerment Centers of California. Okay. So we did, I don't want to kind of go over something that may have been said, but I want to still point out that it is me, Commissioner Lopez, and we have Robin Ryan from Seeds of Partnership and Liz Spencer from the West Side Family Resource and Empowerment Center. And the four of us work together on a work group in between our ACSE meetings. So there was recently a large expansion of FECs in the state. So that's kind of a big deal right now because everyone's getting acclimated to the new roles. And that's exactly what we did as a work group. I have worked with Robin and Liz in the past, but April hasn't. So we all got to meet each other and develop a level of relatedness, which is awesome. And then I guess some of the core things that came out of that meeting was that we're all, much like ACSE, we're all working on how to further develop our followership and viewership, just how to get us out there that we can partner better with the state and the community and the public, how to get them more involved and to know what we do and to utilize our services. And we were just talking about, social media and presenting to community agencies and SELPAs and getting the medical community involved in hospitals and just how to get everyone working together. And in that conversation, the ICC came up, the State Interagency Coordinating Council for Early Intervention just came up, and I was like, wow, that definitely could be something that we can explore. Just want to make sure that everybody is coming to the table and working together, people that are providing similar services to our students with disabilities. And let's see. Was there anything else, April, that maybe I'm leaving out?
I think you've covered it. There's just a couple things that pop into my head. I, being in a different arena, having a daughter that just didn't get to graduate, didn't get to get her diploma yet, but she got her certificate and she's 19. I did not realize all the services that this organization gives to the community. And I think that that's what was brought up, that there's many in the community that don't know what services are out there, and getting that out to the community is really important with those who have the need. The one thing that came to my mind that I would not have realized meeting with this group is we take for granted, like even here at our meetings, it was brought up, some parents, some people that are not actually able to sit through these meetings and watch what we're doing and get the information that's needed. And sometimes they look at our agenda and look at the time frame of when something is being presented because it's very important to them, but they're working. So they put that on their calendar to log in at a certain time. And sometimes we move things around because someone doesn't wants to come later, or we have glitches or whatever it is. Life happens with Zoom. And so when they log in, they miss that part. And obviously they can always go back and look at it because I believe that they can do that with our meetings. However, when it comes to public comment, it's so important that we find out how we can make sure they have access to that public comment in the event that we're changing our agenda, because families don't get to voice their opinion because of that. And sometimes they'll find that they missed it, or we didn't wait long enough because we didn't see anybody in the queue. Some of those things were brought up during that meeting, and that was an aha moment for me. That's very true. They want to have a voice, and on our end, we wouldn't know that if we weren't having meetings with these outside organizations to see what best serves this community, see what's going on and what the needs are if we're personally not experiencing it with our own family or friends, or, so I think that there was a lot discussed. For me, we had this whole presentation of what the FAC does and how far out they go and how they're handling stuff, and through COVID. So I got a really great education. So thank you to our wonderful chair for appointing me to this. It is time consuming. It is more time consuming, but it's very rewarding, and I think it'll benefit our commission to have all of us doing this outside of our meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lopez and Commissioner Ruiz, for your work to the Family Empowerment Centers. All right. Let's see, Commissioner Notch, do you have a share out for SECO?
I do, thank you. SECO, Special Education Administrators of County Offices, recently held their fall meeting, which should typically be marked with pumpkin spice lattes and sweaters, but apparently Sacramento weather did not get that memo. But they were able to gather together and do some really amazing work. Our SECO liaison, Kara Shukowski, wanted me to share the conversation around SECO's sense of urgency related to the recent enactment of Assembly Bill 181, which codified in statute the alt pathways diploma requirements. This is a very exciting development, and SECO underscored that every student in California deserves the opportunity to participate and work and thrive in their community. And this new pathway is a shining example of equity in action. But along with all of the excitement, SECO spent a lot of time at their last meeting discussing urgent questions on behalf of those who are tasked with implementation of this statute. The concerns that SECO shared are really rooted in ensuring that the pathways are built with fidelity and implemented consistently and really provide equity of access across every LEA in California. And with the challenges that are presented with the quick mid-school year timeline requirement of January 1st, coupled with the absence of a roadmap that could provide development and implementation guidance, there was a lot of talk about how SECO could partner with other groups across the state to help provide some of the guidance for our LEAs. And one of the things that they shared was without consistent guidance for LEAs to follow, we run the risk of hundreds of different interpretations of the language, inconsistencies in access or even awareness on the part of, getting down to individual IEP teams, and potential efficacy impacts in student outcomes. So SECO just really wanted to share that they're working to both kind of get out in front of it and help support LEAs across the state in implementation, as well as working in partnership with California County Superintendents to urge statewide leaders and partners to move quickly as a collective to help us develop implementation guidance based off of the amazing recommendations that came out of the Alt Pathways work group. So that was the most pressing and timely update that Kara Shukowski wanted me to share with you on behalf of SECO.
Thank you, Commissioner Notch, for your SECO. Let's see. Commissioner Sorter, do you have a share out regarding CARS Plus?
Sure. So I made initial contact. So that was going back to the sheet we shared earlier today, starting with the initial contact. Lana Tellis, the president-elect, presented last time we were together, so I won't go into all of CARS Plus, but they do have a conference coming up in February 24th and 25th in Sacramento, and it's called A Treasure Trove of Resources for Special Education Educators, and so that will be quite exciting. They are doing a call for presenters for that. and their newsletter, full of just great resources, went out to its members called Special Educator. And that just came out a few days ago. And that's my update.
Thank you, Commissioner Sawyer, for your work with CARS Plus. Let's see. Now, Commissioner Graff, do you happen to have a share out for the Council for Exceptional Children and or CTC?
Well, thank you. You heard from Ann Vesey, the president, and I think she gave a wonderful update for the work that went on last week with the board retreat. But I do have a report on the on CTC, on the Commission on Teacher Credentialing. I did reach out to Executive Director Sandy about me being the liaison, and she was very positive about that. And so I've had the opportunity now to, again, they're meeting hybrid. Some of the commissioners are present in Sacramento and some are online, but since I wasn't there in person, I did watch the meetings. And so they started off in August with their meeting. And I have to say, one of I would say most impressive outcomes of that first meeting was to see two commissioners with extensive special education experience. So one is Megan Gross, who was the Teacher of the Year in 2017 and is a teacher on special assignment in the Poway School District and is a wonderful advocate for inclusion. So she's a commissioner, along with Marquita Greeno Shire, who was the dean at Cal State Long Beach and also has extensive expertise in the area of inclusive education. And then we have Shireen Pavri, who is ex officio for the CSU system, who was also the former dean at Cal State Long Beach, again, a special educator. So we have three very, wonderful representatives on the commission. That's been a challenge over the previous years. So I was really pleased to see them having such an extensive role. I would say, just to highlight just a couple of things. One is that all the educator prep programs who prepare ed specialists now are required to have a performance assessment. And so the Ed TPA performance assessment was approved in addition to the Cal TPA for ed specialist program. So now we have two performance assessments that the universities will be required to implement in their programs. One of the comments from both the chair of the commission, Dr. Tina Sloan, as well as from Executive Sandy, as well as some of the commissioners, is that the commissioners are quite concerned about the amount of stress that our teachers are experiencing, as well as the mental health of our teachers. So I hope we can keep that in mind as we're talking about, the teachers who are out there supporting our students. In the October meeting, I would say the most significant outcome was the approval of literacy standards, new literacy standards, which also incorporate dyslexia. And so these literacy standards will be required for all educators, elementary, secondary, special educators. So this will be consistent across. So once again, we have that common preparation for all educators. So that's very exciting. And so next is the development of the performance assessment for literacy. I would like to share, though, that Commissioner Megan Gross was concerned about the extent, and of course we want high standards for our future education specialists, but there is concern about the amount or the requirements that our future candidates are experiencing, and to just be aware of that, certainly within the context of the stress and mental health situation. So that's my report from CTC, and it will meet again in December. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Graff. Now, is there anyone that I missed who would like to have an opportunity to share out? Commissioner Oyakawa, turn over the mic to you.
Chair Hayes-White. You know, I always have something to say. So, sorry, I know everybody wants to go to lunch. I just wanted to just check in about the low incidence disabilities. As I said, Robin Zane, whom we miss so much, she was one who would come to most of our meetings and give an update on what was going on with our state special schools. I was able to meet with her successor, Dr. Nancy Liebuk-Amen, and she is the new director of the State Special Schools and Services Division of the Department of Education. So now she has stepped into the role and oversees the California Schools for the Deaf in both Fremont and Riverside, California School for the Blind in Fremont, as well as the 3 diagnostic centers in Fremont, Fresno, and LA. She was not able to join us this week, but I would like to invite her to come back to join us in future meetings. And if she's able to do something similar to what Robin Zane had done with updates in the past, I know she would be happy to join us for that. In the meantime, she did say that schools are back in session and all 3 schools are doing really well. So that is such good news. They've really had a lot of challenges for these students, all students, of course, across the state, but the schools, students in the visually impaired, as well as the deaf and hard of hearing group, really struggled with distance learning. And so they are all back in session and doing really well. She said that actually they were surprised because the student population, the enrollment actually increased. They thought it was going to drop, but actually it increased. And she felt that, the families really realized that these students needed the direct instruction as well as the social interaction, which was really missing for all our students, but especially these populations. One of the big issues that they're dealing with, just like the populations across the state, is mental health. And I think, as we just heard, the teachers we know are also struggling. And so, this is, I think, the big issue for everybody now, as we are all back in person, supporting each other and getting through all the mental health issues. And so this population of the deaf and hard of hearing students and the visually impaired students were definitely struggling with the mental health issues that were exacerbated during the pandemic, lack of socialization, social anxiety, and so forth. So they really need the schools, and the schools are doing everything they can to step in and support these students. And then for Dr. Liebuk-Amen in particular, she said that she has 2 important goals as she's in her role now. And that is focusing, one, on access and accessibility, and secondly, on quality interpreting for the deaf and hard of hearing students. Excuse me. And so for access, she wanted to ensure that, students, especially when you look at the deaf and hard of hearing population, there's been a lot of progress recently with getting appropriate assessments and resources for infants, the birth through 5. We've made a lot of progress in those areas. But she wanted to make sure that we are able to maintain that support and continuing supporting and monitoring the students after that age to ensure that they're reaching language milestones. So she wants to establish a streamlined process and regional programming so that students that are identified with hearing loss have appropriate assessments and educational resources available for them, no matter who they are, whether they're deaf, hard of hearing, or whatever mode of communication they use, whether it's sign language, speaking, or both, and no matter where they're located, because these are low incidence disabilities. If you are not in one of these special schools, it is always a challenge to try to get the appropriate assessments and support for these students. We have a teacher shortage across the board. And then when you get to teachers in special education and then teachers of the deaf, that group gets smaller and smaller. And so it's much more difficult to support everyone. So that's one of the areas that she's working on, is to ensure quality access for students all across the state. And then the second area she was really passionate about was improving the setup for interpreting, for educational interpreting. And she's looking to set up a task force for educational interpreters in the classroom to help ensure that we have qualified interpreters who are not just qualified as interpreters, but qualified to work in the classroom with students, with often young students especially. It's a completely different ballgame from what you see maybe on the screen right now for interpreting for like a meeting or a webinar or TV. It's a completely different ballgame. I can speak from experience for my daughter in the classroom. And there, again, we have a shortage of interpreters. And then once, interpreters are out in the field, who is monitoring and ensuring that they are doing quality work is something that I think is not necessarily overseen uniformly. And so I think that's something that she is very interested in helping to improve. Excuse me, I also wanted to share out on the visually impaired students at the California School for the Blind in Fremont. They're only in Northern California, but they're trying to support students not only at their school, but also across the state. And so she did want to mention that they are holding, the California School for the Blind Assessment Center is hosting a large training on January 18th, actually down in Riverside, to help psychologists with evaluating children with visual impairments. So they have various workshops and seminars and such, and this is one of them that they're hosting actually down in Southern California. I believe it's also going to be online, but they are really trying to make sure that they are reaching everyone across the state. And so she said that if anyone was interested in signing up for that, to contact the assessment center directly. And again, that would be the California School for the Blind. California School for the Deaf in Fremont, I know they also have an open house coming up November 11th, and that's for both families and LEAs. There's like a deaf services fair, presentations, campus tours, and kids activities. And I wanted to share that out in case anybody was interested. And then a couple other things. This is, I think, what I was asking earlier about which programs I should be liaisoning with. But these are groups that I'm already familiar with and that I have been kind of keeping an eye on what's been going on, mostly for personal reasons, but also for ACSE. But California Hands and Voices is a parent-led nonprofit that supports families of children who are deaf and hard of hearing. And what is nice about them too is they support all families regardless of what their communication choices are. And so they support all students deaf and hard of hearing, and they have various programs, support programs, a lot of Facebook page kind of activity that goes on, and they're supporting families as well as educators. They sent out a notice that they have received an Access and Equity grant from the Department of Developmental Services, and they are using that to support, to provide 3 webinars. 3 of them are for parents, and 2 of them are for case managers and providers, and they are for parents of what are called Deaf Plus children. And those are students who are deaf or hard of hearing, but also have another disability. And so those are coming up. One happened September 13th, but 2 more parent ones are coming up November 8th and January 10th. And then the 2 webinars for the case managers and providers, one was on October 11th and another one will be February 15th. So again, if you're interested in those are through California Hands and Voices. And then one more thing I wanted to share out was Fresno State. If you are not familiar with them, Paul Ogden is the author of a book called The Silent Garden, and he's a professor there in deaf studies. They have a program, they try to really educate not only the students in their program at the school, but they try to share out resources with other educators and families across the state. And so a lot of their lectures have been online. Some of them are now in person, but I just want to let folks know that the 2022 Silent Garden lecture was on current trends in interpreting, and that is now available online on their website. And then the one is upcoming, and I believe it's February. Forgot the date, sorry. But that's, they're gonna have 2 speakers, embodied sound for music appreciation, and what is that noise in my head about tinnitus. And then they also have the Scarlett's Park series that they offer for deaf and hard of hearing children and adults with additional special needs or disabilities. That's a conference that they have with that group. And the one that they had this most recently was on deaf and hard of hearing students with charge syndrome. And that one, I don't think they've gotten their 2023 lineup set up, but these past conferences are also available on their website too. And that's, again, you're looking at Fresno State. And if you want to just like do a search, it's Fresno State, the Silent Garden. So I will try to find out what other organizations I should be hooking up with to get more information, but I'm happy to share out what I've learned. So thank you for the extra time.
Thank you, Commissioner Oyakawa, for your robust share out. Let me see. Austin, would you like to? Do you have a share out regarding CCEE?
Yes, so our work at CCEE has obviously been a very busy month. Some of the highlights that I would like to make is the time spent in the One Systems Collective that is facilitated by my colleague, Mindy Fadig, and seeks to bring a number of entities and organizations together to focus on the dissemination of resources to the field to help support continued progress towards our goal of one shared system where all students are included in the environment that is best equipped to meet their needs. The other share out that I think is relevant for this group is this past month we held the All Leads meeting. The All Leads meeting is comprised of lead agencies within the statewide system of support and state agencies. All of the lead agencies were provided updates regarding the dashboard conversation. But then we really spent the majority of our time focusing in on how we can better connect the statewide system of support to local activities such as differentiated assistance, as well as ensuring that LEAs understand how to access the system of support, excuse me, for additional resources. That's the end of my report.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Tostin. All right, I'm going to share out and then I'm going to have Commissioner Topolny here. Regarding Administrators of California, they are going to host a ADR conference, and that is the Alternative Dispute Resolution ADR conference in 2023, March 16th and 17th, and that is going to be at the Riverside Convention Center. And I am super excited about attending that conference because it's right in my backyard. Let's see, regarding the California Teachers Association, a transition teacher in Orange County has won the Teacher of the Year. So that's exciting. And I would like to propose that we bring that transition Teacher of the Year to ACSE sometime in 2023. I remember when Commissioner Gross, do you remember that, Commissioner Tostin? Commissioner Gross, she's now a commissioner with CTC. She won the California Teachers of the Year and she came. So that's exciting. All right. And one last share out regarding significant disproportionality and Napa County Office of Education. In March of 2023, the first 10 hours of support will be funded by CDE for each indicator that is significantly disproportionate. Did I say that right, Director Calamise?
Yeah.
All right, good. And so for support for the 11th hour and beyond, school districts will use their SIGS money for that. Did I say that right, Director Calamise?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. And so, Commissioner Topolny, I pass the mic to you.
Quickly, So one of the things the PPS Coalition is just, we're dealing with a lot of the mental health in the field. As we heard today, there's a lot of issues going on with students, but also there's challenges with teachers because it just transfers over. So I think we need to think about how we could wrap around and make sure we support schools. That's a conversation that the PPS providers are having, the school nurses, counselors, psychologists, social workers, and we're all working together just to make sure that we support the whole school from top to bottom all around. And working with our community partners as well in our organizations to make sure that everyone gets equitable services and supports in timely fashion. So I just wanted to share that. Nothing more, but yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Topalian. All right, any other commissioners would like to share out? Oh my God, you guys made that vision come alive. How y'all feel about it? I mean, turn on your mics.
Really appreciate hearing the breadth of work that's taking place and beginning to see connections between different organizations' priorities and where the conversations are aligning or crossing over.
I just want to say thank you, Chair Hayes-White, for reinvigorating this role of the commission. Thank you, everyone, for sharing.
I wanted to agree with a comment made earlier by Commissioner Hamilton that we can subscribe to as many listservs and read newsletters and go on to websites, but this just provided us with much more depth. And so I'm very appreciative for all the work that my fellow commissioners did with your liaison report. That was tremendously helpful.
Well, commissioners, it feels so doggone good to hear from everyone. Thank you for that awesome work, and I'm hoping that we can continue forward. All right, so Janelle, can you please put up the slide for public comment?
The public comment slide is up. Again, the dial-in number for public comment on this item is 717-908-1937, and the participant access code is 467-9071#. Once again, prior to making public comment, speakers should make sure the volume on their computer is muted to avoid echoing or feedback sounds during the call. As a reminder, the public can also request copies of meeting materials by emailing acse@cde.ca.gov. We are going to wait a few minutes to provide time for the public to dial in.
Janelle, are there any comments at this time?
We have no comments.
All right, hearing none. Commissioners, tell me what you think. So we have our scheduled 30-minute lunch break now, but it's approaching 1:20. Do y'all want to have a 30-minute break, or do y'all want to have like a 10-minute break and one with our item we're starting at 1:30?
I move we have a 30-minute lunch.
I second.
All right. So let us, CDE, can you email our presenters for item number 4 and let them know that we are going to start a little late? Can we do that?
Yes, we can do that.
All right. So tell me what our return time is going to be. Director Calamise.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? In terms of the break time, we're breaking from when to when? In terms of the time?
We're going to be breaking for 30 minutes for lunch. I think the commission wants to break for 30 minutes for lunch, but now we're going to be off schedule. Mm-hmm. So what time should we return? Is it?
Well, it's 1:20 now.
To what? Or what?
It's 1:20 now, so 1:50.
All right, Commissioner, are we in agreement to return at 1:50? And then let me see. President Sawyer and Elizabeth Zastrow, did you guys hear that?
Yes, we did.
We got it.
Okay, thank you. All right. So we are now going to break at 1:20 and we turn at 1:50. And then we will resume our item 4 at 1:50. Thank you, Commissioner. See you in a bit. All right, welcome back, Commissioners. I hope you had a nice 30-minute break. We are now ready to move right into item number 4, California Transition Alliance. An overview of how the California Transition Alliance trains and prepares students with disabilities for self-advocacy, life after high school, and leadership roles will be provided. Student alumni Sean Spence and his grandmother will share their experiences with the California Transition Alliance. Presenters Sue Sawyer and Elizabeth Zastrow from the California Transition Alliance are here with us, and alumni Sean Spence, who was also featured in the Special Ed Spring Summer 2022 edition, is here with his grandmother, Joyce Williams. All right, President Sawyer, I pass the mic to you.
Thank you, Dr. White. And I want to thank the Commission for this opportunity to share the work of the California Transition Alliance. The presentation is going to include me. I am Sue Sawyer, and I am, the next slide, Liz. I'm Sue Sawyer, and I am the president of the Alliance. Liz Zastrow is the training chair and is on the board of the Alliance. And Sean is a youth leadership member and has been a real key partner with us. And his grandmother, Joyce, has been a strong adult ally who can share that perspective. So I would like to start by sharing a little bit of the background about the Alliance. The Alliance was formed in 2005 and was incorporated as a nonprofit organization, a 501c3 for public benefit. The specific purpose of the organization, described in the Articles of Incorporation, is to enhance the academic and career readiness for all youth within the state of California by engaging youth, parents, educational institutions, business partners, community agencies, and organizations to help youth leave school, high school, prepared for their adult roles as wage earners, responsible family members, citizens, and lifelong learners. And I'd like to point out that we believe all youth benefit from transition planning, including the youth with disabilities. The resources we create are intended to have a universal application for all students as we focus on students and young adults with disabilities. Our vision for the future is we want to plant seeds. For 2 decades, the Alliance has been broadcasting the importance of the following. One is individualized education programs, IEPs that are strength-based, student-focused, and student-led. We want an established pathway to a high school diploma for every student. We want students to be engaged in secondary transition activities that are embedded throughout the educational process for all students and the IEP. We want high quality, inclusive educational options for students with disabilities and clear and obtainable options for college and competitive and integrated employment for young adults with disabilities. We try to provide information, resources, and training to youth and parents of adult serving partners. We hope they will adopt effective research-based best practices that have the strongest likelihood to lead to best outcomes. We prioritize engaging the youth voice and their perspective in our work. In March 2022, we organized and hosted our first virtual transition conference. Each of the 65 sessions planted seeds, and we are now providing follow-up on the topics of higher interest to the attendees. 9 follow-up training days are included in our contract with the virtual platform. Attendance of these resources are free, and another way that we nurture the ideas generated through the Institute. Now let me share our values. Every young person should have the opportunity to learn and achieve the high school diploma. Expectations need to be high. There's a need to share information, tools, and resources with youth, parents, and adult serving professionals who offer support and guidance to youth. We believe transition begins early childhood through adulthood. Starting to think about transition at age 16 is about 15 years too late. Every individual needs to advocate for themselves in school, at work, and in the community. We need to shift the focus from deficits to assets, which is critical in setting expectations. We need to help parents connect the dots between early childhood development to transition to work. For example, developing social skills as a young child helps that child mature into a team player in the workplace. Collaboration with community partners and agencies that provide post-K-12 support enhances the capability of achieving outcomes. One of the ways that we share our values is with strategic partnerships with other entities throughout the state. We are pleased to be a partner with the Supporting Inclusive Practices team and work together to deliver the same message. Let me tell you a little bit about who we are. We have 7 board members, and we have a leadership team that includes 20 individuals throughout the state. They represent regional leads, and the regions are based on the county office system. We engage youth leadership, education, and agency partners, and SIP. Our board members each have at least 20 years of experience directly working with youth and administering programs. Our leadership team is actively engaged throughout the state, and our focus in the last 2 years and in the future describes how we work. We engage youth as valued members of our leadership team, and we engage them as trainers. As we work with youth and have them help their peers develop self-advocacy skills, we hope that those trained peers will pass the baton and we will have growth in terms of opportunities. We provide extensive training. We have hosted 5 statewide transition institutes. We offer webinars and workshops at the local and regional levels. We convene partners to collaborate with the COP. We research and share information regarding the high school diploma, legislation, transition preparation, and planning. And we create resources such as Transition Planning the Basics and I Want to Work, I Know I Can. We produce videos and documentaries. Let's Work California is an example. To be real honest with you, we have a horrible business model. We give everything away. You can go on our website and download resources and tools for free. Since school started this year, we've provided local and regional training regarding the high school diploma issues and have hosted our first follow-up event to the virtual platform. The focus of the two presentations was the high school diploma and resilience and asset development for our students. The next slide kind of summarizes the role we play. We function as a convener. We bring people together to talk about various issues. We bring the youth leadership team together to provide training, create resources, and mentor other youth. We bring key partners together to address specific transition challenges. We bring people together to provide training and consultation. We train individuals on the whole area of Indicator 13, transition planning, and on Train the Trainer model. We bring people together to identify specific challenges and to brainstorm solutions. We host a YouTube channel to preserve the CACOP meeting recordings. We also have a YouTube channel called Let's Work California. We also participate in advisory groups when invited. Liz and I have participated in the Diploma Pathway Work Group, and we have provided several webinars on this topic. There are several ways to evaluate progress. I believe you have the Fast Facts 2022 in your packet. It has a thorough description of the evaluation data from Bridge to the Future 5. And as we examine progress, we look at youth engagement. Are our youth engaged? Do they contribute? And do they continue to grow? The high school diploma research that we developed as of 2019 was adopted by the work group report. Attendance in our latest institute was 2,065 across the state. Attendance in webinars and follow-up Bridge to the Future. We just did one of the follow-up trainings, and we had 120 people participate in the diploma workshop and about another 60 in the resiliency workshop. Sean Spence is here today to testify to our role in engaging youth. One of our training tools is the document Transition Planning the Basics that focuses on State Performance Indicator 13, Transition and the IEP. I review current research, state and federal legislation, and guidance documents to update the document minimally every 2 years. On March 30th, 2022, we were honored to be inducted into the Disability Mentoring Hall of Fame. We were honored to be inducted into the National Susan M. Daniels Hall of Fame, which is established to recognize those who make significant differences in the lives of youth and adults with disabilities through mentoring. Now, let me tell you just a little bit about Bridge to the Future 5. We selected the theme, Times Are Changing, because there are dramatic shifts in services and expectations. New opportunities are emerging in post-secondary education for students with significant cognitive disabilities. New destinations for employment are changing because of the elimination of the sub-minimum wage certifications. Focus on the IEP is moving towards student-focused, strength-based, aligned with standards, and backward mapping for long-term goals, including competitive integrated employment. There's an increased emphasis on workforce preparation, career development, and career technical education. As Mary Grady wrote in the Spring-Summer 22 edition of the Special Edge, representatives of the state's lead agencies for transition services for youth and young adults with disabilities, the California Department of Education and the California Department of Rehabilitation attested to these changes at the opening of the event of the Institute. Other highlights include, first, it was our first virtual Institute. The virtual platform we used was vFair. The entire Institute had ASL interpreters, Spanish translation, and closed captioning. 2,065 registered guests joined us throughout California. There were a total of 65 webinars, 6 keynotes. We had a youth leadership strand for one full day. The 4 state agency directors with the California Department of Ed, the California Department of Rehabilitation, Developmental Disability Services, and the State Council for Developmental Disabilities were participants in the event. We had 3 panels. One of them was a business panel, and one of them was the college and university panel, and one was parent panel. We had evening events. We had to keep people entertained. And so we had highlights. We highlighted talents of individuals with disabilities in the entertainment industry. And RJ Mitty is somebody who has been, who is an actor who has participated in prior events with us. And he shared the movie Triumph, and he actually did a presentation at the workshop. The presenters included youth with disabilities, parents, agency partners, Workability One, business partners, post-secondary institutions, America's Job Center, and career technical education. One of the things that we're extremely proud of is that when we did the evaluation, we asked 3 or 4 questions. And one of the questions was, were the presenters knowledgeable? Now remember, we had 89 presenters. The response was 99% said yes. Was information helpful? 98% said yes. Was the presentation style effective? 98% said yes. And so we had a resounding positive evaluation. The other thing that we are proud of is that a total of 38 youth and young adults were paid as ambassadors, leaders, presenters, participants, and members of the production team of the video regarding the value of work from the youth perspective. Next slide. I want to introduce Liz, who is going to share Let's Work California and how we started with that project in building a leadership team and an advisory committee of youth. Liz, take it away.
Thank you very much, Sue. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for having us. It's really a pleasure. So a few years ago, the State Council on Developmental Disabilities awarded the California Transition Alliance a grant, one of their cycle grants, and we called it Let's Work California. And it focused on developing a documentary showcasing 8 individuals that were working and had reached competitive integrated employment. In addition, we developed a networking activity guide for individuals to use seeking employment. A priority of this grant was to employ individuals with developmental disabilities and use their expertise in ensuring our materials and content met their needs. And I have to say, it was truly a wonderful experience when we listened and adjusted the activities to meet their needs. This group from Let's Work California that you see on the screen has emerged as our Alliance Leadership and Advisory Committee. It was the youth pulling together that made this grant so successful throughout California. And they continue to be leaders, mentors, and are always open to share their story, their journey, join a panel, advocate, and ready for our next project. Many of the professionals who worked on this grant, we had years of experience by working with youth in this manner, really listening, making suggested changes, planning together. This truly changed our lens and has impacted how we approach all future projects. And this is our current Leadership and Advisory Committee. in the youth leadership strand that was in the last Bridge to the Future, the last 2 institutes that we did, we usually do them about every 18 months. We really focused on having the youth in the center. The last one was totally planned by the Youth Leadership and Advisory Committee. Imagine having a youth leadership strand and having the youth be the main focus and the main, ones who participated and planned it. So they designed, the day was designed for youth and young adults with disabilities throughout the state of California in this virtual model. It was a full day of activities. And the interesting and wonderful thing was youth led. They led the activities and they led the interactive activities. They had self-advocacy presenters and they had other special guests. They invited Micah Fowler, who was on Speechless, and his sister as the keynote. And he provided a wonderful keynote full of activities for them as well. And the focus of the day was defining assets. What are you good at? Setting goals, learning to advocate, and telling their story. This youth leadership strand throughout California on that day, they had 750 students throughout California in that transition age were registered for the leadership strand. And the advisory group named it We Are the Future. And that was the strand at the Institute. We had 35 whole classrooms that registered to participate in this day. Registration was free. And a total of 38 youth and young adults were paid as ambassadors. The ambassadors were the individuals who introduced every keynote and every panel. They led presentations, they were participants, and they were members of the production team of a video regarding the value of work from youth, that Joey Travolta. We're going to share our resources later. All of these are free on our website. So now it's my pleasure to introduce Sean Spence. You can see that Sean is on the cover, I'm sure you all have, of The Edge. Sean is a member of the California Alliance leadership team. He participated in the California Alliance Video Busting Myths. He's a member of the Let's Work Networking Guide development team. He's a contributor to the Special Edge Spring and Summer 2022. I encourage you, please go and read. He has a wonderful article in there. And he participated in the California Youth Leadership Forum when he was in high school. I also want to say he participated in both of the last 2 Bridges to the Future, number 4 and 5. So it is my utmost pleasure to present my friend and coworker and colleague, Sean Spence.
Well, thank you for that introduction, Liz. And I would like to take a brief moment to thank the Commission for allowing me to speak. Okay, about me. Here I am in my black hat and gown on graduation day from Chico State, wearing a red sash and a big grin on my face. Now for some of my education history. At Willis High School, I graduated in 2015 with my diploma. I had a 3.83 GPA in all AP courses. I graduated with a 4.0 and was ranked 3rd in my class of 114. Now, for some of my Butte Community College experience, I graduated in 2018 with my AS in psychology and sociology. I had a 3.75 GPA at graduation. I was also a Phi Theta Kappa member and made the Dean's Honor Roll. I was also the EOS Student of the Year for 2017. Now for some of my Chico State University Chico experience. I graduated in 2020 with my BA in psychology. I had a 3.541 GPA at graduation. I also made the Dean's Honor Roll at Chico State as well. The impact on me participating with the leadership team for the California Transition Alliance. From the first moment I participated in my first California Transition Alliance Institute Bridge to the Future Forum, my life changed dramatically for the better. My network contacts increased significantly from my exposure of making a PSA with them. I was asked to co-rewrite editor for the Let's Work California Networking Guide and created a video on networking. I created my own video regarding the networking script in the guide. I authored an article for the Special Edge Newsletter Spring 2022 edition. I became a California State Representative for Yeti. I have also been a speaker regarding my disabled life story at the Dominguez Hills College class of special education teacher students. Now for the impact of working with Let's Work California Networking Guide. Participating with the other team members in rewriting a previous rendition of the Let's Work California Networking Guide to be more accessible in its message allowed me to have more experience with the team working on a project. I created my first YouTube about the importance of networking when job searching. This project provided me with new skills I enjoy. Now for some differences between the California Transition Alliance and Yeti. I have been with the California Transition Alliance since 2018. I feel 100% inclusion. I have never been asked to suppress or edit information I provide. I have a huge network of support. I am given permission to voice my opinion, telling my life story. I am provided all the team information through emails or phone. CATA has a Facebook page which promotes YouTubes of information, has viral Zoom institutes sharing information, resources, individuals, parents, disabled youth, schools, and Zoom events which are open to the public. I have learned many skills and learned about new workshops to understand my career choice. Now for some of my experiences with Yeti. I have been with Yeti since June of 2022. I do not feel total illusion with them, however, in what is being worked on. It seems like our ideas are duly noted, then you may not hear back from them on any progress. I look forward to seeing if the state representatives' ideas have been used in making any updates or changes in Yeti and ACSE Youth Engagement page. I hope to understand more about the organization by attending the Yeti meeting in May of 2022 in North Carolina. I do not have the same member support from Yeti that I had in the California Transition Alliance. It seems like projected structures are being created by others, and then my cohorts and I are only asked to confirm if we like what we see. It feels like we are figureheads only. Yeti does not have accessibility to Discord or other events for their members who are more severely disabled. And now I would like to give the floor to my number one confidant and supporter who has seen me through my journey, Joyce Williams.
Thank you for inviting my voice here today. Some questions that I have that may be answered otherwise or later in some fashion are the following. Will there be a training provided for youth you have chosen to serve on the Special Education Commission? Are you planning on inviting youth with a diverse mix of disabilities to join your commission? And lastly, does the Special Education Commission understand how forward-thinking the invitation of disabled youth to participate with you is to the disabled community? Some general thoughts on youth inclusion that I had were the following. Becoming a youth representative on the Advisory Commission on Special Education would be one of the most powerful messages to disabled youth to understand their voice will be heard in the creation of policies and laws that will make positive changes in the disabled population. The act of the Advisory Commission on Special Education, inviting a disabled youth to become a member and have their voice heard about the laws and policies governing the special needs population, would be like the same exhilarating feeling that my grandson, Sean, felt when he, quote unquote, walked across the stage in his new standing wheelchair to receive his college diploma against all of the odds. The Advisory Commission on Special Education's inclusion of disabled youth allows direct feedback from the population you are serving. This disabled youth information will likely be about their needs without the interference of political or financial influence. This Advisory Commission has a wonderful opportunity to make the inclusion of disabled youth better in their education process and promoting easier access to working that would result in a more financially stable life. Our state and country would do well to fill both high and entry-level positions with those disabled youth seeking the privilege to work at a time when there is a need for workers. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Sean and Joyce, very much for your input. Lessons learned from working with youth that we've gained through the Alliance and may help you as you work through adding youth to the Commission. Recruitment included for us young people with disabilities that were still in high school and in college. We chose young people who were out of school up to age 25, adults who had maintained employment and could really reflect on what worked for them, willingness to participate and has the interest to share their journey. We always checked on the availability to join the meetings. And when you invite youth to participate, you listen. You have to listen, and you engage them throughout the experience. Value their perspective. Show how you used that information. Accommodations are an important part of ensuring that youth are included. It's not just checking a box. Make sure that they have geographic access to the meetings, and then you need to follow up and mentor after a meeting.
One of the other things that we really focus on doing is to collaborate with parents and families. We collaborate with the parents through the Parent Information Centers and Family Empowerment Centers. We design forums and webinars to engage parents and to gain that parent perspective. We invite and encourage parents as presenters at institutes and webinars. We work with agencies to provide scholarships to parents to attend institutes if there is a fee. We answer numerous parent direct calls and assist in linking families to assistance and support. One of the big focuses that I am dealing with right now are parents calling saying, I found out my child could earn a diploma and they've been on a certificate track. What can I do to get them on the diploma track? And we engage parents as members of the California Transition Alliance leadership team. And as we create products, we focus on parents. The book, I Want to Work, I Know I Can, is a tool we created to offer parents a script to begin talking with their child about their goals and dreams. It was written as a result of a parent survey and expresses the concerns parents expressed. We provide access for youth, parents, educators, and partners through our website. These are a few of the products that you can find on the California Transition Alliance website. We have a series of 7 webinars with Padlets that were held during the COVID. We have the YouTube channel, Let's Work California. We wrote the book, Secondary Transition Planning, The Basics, in which we take the law and then say, and these are the best practices to implement that law or that regulation, and they're on opposing pages. And so I Want to Work, I Know I Can is another booklet that's available on the website. Let's Work California, there is a documentary, and there's the Let's Work California Networking Guide, which is actually a tool for the youth to use to create opportunity or to go through the process of identifying where their assets are and their strengths and how to network and find jobs. And we have several videos that were created in collaboration with Inclusion Films. There's Busting Myths in the Let's Work documentary. The Institute was successful in engaging a wide range of partners in transition. At CDE, we had representation from Career Technical Education, Special Education, the California Career Resource Network, Department of Rehabilitation, did multiple presentations on the services the pre-employment transition services they provide, and the college to career programs. The State Council for Developmental Disabilities did presentations. There were presentations from DDS and regional centers. Joey Travolta with Inclusion Films was integrated into the youth leadership team. Lights Camera Access is a wonderful resource that's created by Terry Hartman Squire. She facilitated the business committee, and she also provides a career exploration workshop where she pairs people who are interested in some aspect of the entertainment industry with people with disabilities who are successfully employed in that industry in similar jobs. We had business partners, the Mentoring Coalition with Derek Shields, and Policy Works with Steve Allen. He actually created a tool where people can really it's a new way of looking at how you develop that person-centered plan. That's a lot of fun. We had San Diego Interworks. We had post-secondary education and training, Parents Helping Parents, Family Empowerment Centers, Parent Information Centers, First 5 California, America Job Centers, the Mind Institute, Tarjan Center, Chapman University, and Thompson Policy on Disability, Institute on Disability. So as you can see, we have a diverse array of partners, and we're excited to partner with the Advisory Commission on Special Ed. Our task now is to create follow-up activities and continue to work with the partners throughout the state. These are the transition topics that received the highest amount of participation from the people. One of them was youth leadership that attended the Institute, I'm sorry. One of them is youth leadership and following up with the Youth Leadership Forum and self-advocacy and empowerment, transition in the IEP, high school diploma, start early for parents and what the parent role is in transition, interagency collaboration. We want to engage youth and in sharing their story and using language in the IEP that cross agencies so it can be a seamless transition between services and resources. looking at the 504 and the IEP and which works best under which circumstance. Assessments that focus on person-centered assessment strategies that lead to goal setting. Employment certification. One of the ways is how to use LinkedIn job resources and utilizing learning courses and certifications. LinkedIn and Indeed are the two most significant ways people find employment opportunities. We are also working with our partner, Derek Shields, to work with Indeed, who wants to expand the opportunities for people with disabilities to use their system to apply for jobs. They want to make their whole system more inclusive. Pre-employment transition services and student assets. How do you identify those student assets and how do you nurture those student assets? How do you help the students develop a sense of confidence about the future and confidence in themselves? We also have to deal with trauma and asset development. We have gone through this fairly quickly because we know you've got a time crunch, and we want to close with this. And you have the full script in your packet. Jennifer Musamba is a person who is our keynote at the Institute. She's a singer, a songwriter, and an author who grew up with a disability. At one point in time, she was institutionalized. She was placed in a sheltered workshop. She worked her way out of those things, and now she's a successful songwriter and singer. She's an author, and she is an entrepreneur. And I think this essay that she wrote is a perfect ending to this presentation.
My own meeting. By the time they call me in, decisions have already been made. On this team, I'm a spectator, not a player. I don't get down in the mud and fight, and I want to fight. I want to defend my goals and aspirations, and they might seem lofty to the doctors, teachers, case workers, and even my family, but they're my dreams. I believe I can go far. On the inside, I know I have a destiny like everybody else, and that destiny is not Jennifer will comply with therapy for a period of 6 months, or Jennifer will have less than 2 episodes of non-compliance a month. Boring. And who does that perfect? When I don't want to do something, it's a big deal. It is non-compliant. But when a, quote, regular person doesn't want to do something, it's a choice. Be it a bad or good one, it's a choice. And they get to live with the consequences. Not a list of wills and won'ts. I am a whole person. I might have challenges. I might even appear different than most. But I am a whole person. When I become an adult, I may want to do adult things like drive, drink a beer, but not at the same time. That would be a bad choice. Have a girlfriend or boyfriend, or even get married. I want to live my life. I need to make mistakes if I'm going to learn and grow. I know they want to protect me, but sometimes the best way for me to learn is to let me try. I just might surprise you. I might surprise myself. So let me in the room when the things are being said. Listen honestly when I tell you that I don't want to bag groceries. Listen with a true open heart and ears when I tell you I want to be a writer, that I want to write songs that soften people's hearts. I want to write books that challenge their minds. Believe in me, because nobody can know the future. My destiny is not spelled out in a treatment plan. I know you can. I know you want to help me, protect me, and you want the best for me. And I am thankful for the help that I'm giving. So please just let me in the room. Let's fight side by side for the things that matter. Let's make goals out of my dreams and peel off the label I've been given. Just let me in the room. Let me in the room.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, please give Sue, Liz, Sean, and Joyce a virtual clap. I have so much to say. I'm going to just say a couple of things, and I'll let commissioners contribute also. But you have given us so much to think about as we prepare for the implementation of Senate Bill 291. And Joyce, the 3 initial questions that you started with.
Yes.
Can I have those questions? Can you repeat those questions to us? And then are they in the packet? Or Liz, can you type them out and send them to me?
Sure. Yeah. I think they were in the packet, but we may have retooled them a little bit, so I'm happy to resend it to you.
Okay. Maybe it's, buried in there. I have to go in, but
yeah, I'll get it. I'll pull those
Ms.
out.
Williams, can you please repeat those? Thank
yes,
you.
I can, certainly.
Ms. Williams, can you repeat those 3 questions?
Yes, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. First question, will there be training provided for youth you have chosen to serve on the Special Education Commission? Are you planning, second question, are you planning on inviting youth with a diverse mix of disabilities to join your commission in the future? Does the Special Education Commission understand how forward-thinking the invitation of disabled youth to participate with you is to the disabled community? The Advisory Commission on Special Education's inclusion will likely be about their needs without the interference of political or financial influence. Is that what you hope for? That was it.
Thank you so much. So we will ponder on those questions and make sure that we are doing SB 291 service. And my next question, and then I see Commissioner Sorter, is for Sean. Sean, please share with us how you were able to be so successful throughout your academic career. How were you able to recognize what you needed to be successful in school and share that need with your teachers?
Well, back when I went to school back in the Stone Age, they often believed that people with disabilities couldn't accomplish anything. But as I stated in my speech, I held the 3rd highest grade average in the class, and every other possible reason that they brought up, I had to prove wrong one by one. And at some point, it drove me from proving what I could do to utter vengeance to prove them wrong. And it takes that kind of grit to prove that you can do something, that you want to do something, that you have the drive. And I just kept going till eventually I had done enough work to prove to other people who didn't believe in me that I could do. And once I got that support, they started giving me the various resources that I needed.
You about to make me cry. Well said. And you're just such a role model for all people.
Thank you.
I am going to, I think Commissioner Sauter's hand was next.
Well, first, I would like to thank everybody for their presentation today and the wealth of information that was shared. And to just go a little bit further, as we, as a commission, become more collaborative and supportive in SB 291, I really found the, well, I can't see if you can see that there, I call it kind of pro-con, strength, weaknesses, comparison to the support you felt and the constructive feedback for the Youth Engagement Transition Initiative, YETI, where you weren't feeling quite supportive. And so those key takeaways to make sure as we move forward, that we're incorporating both the good and the bad type of situation. And so that it's more successful and more collaborative for the commission. So thank you for that.
Thank you. You're welcome, my pleasure.
Commissioner Tostin.
I want to begin by thanking all the presenters for sharing such great information. And Sean, as you were talking about proving people wrong, I'll keep my comments short so that I don't get emotional. But you hear the same grit from Tom Brady, Kobe Bryant, LeBron James, folks who have accomplished remarkable feats. And that connection made me really reinforce academic success should not require proving what you can do. It should begin with the belief of your capabilities and recognizing our ability to support. So thank you so much for sharing with us your resolve and spirit. It's so inspiring. It also made me think, as we're talking about transition, for me, it always goes back to the earliest settings in education. If we want to see a place where individuals with disabilities have access to meaningful life-supporting wages and employment, it's essential that we begin creating environments where individuals with disabilities and individuals without disabilities are familiar working together. That can start as early as preschool, so that as individuals grow up, folks who are privileged, like myself, who have been in previous roles to make employment decisions, are not having to get acquainted with someone who has a disability for the first time to think around, how can this work? And so if we want to change mindsets, I think and our friends from SIP would also, I think, validate this. We have to continue to focus on inclusive practices in the earliest settings so that we begin developing and strengthening the muscles for collaboration, no matter the skill sets our teammates bring with them. Thank you so much again.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Oyakawa.
Well, I just want to respond to Commissioner Tostin. Absolutely. Inclusion works on so many levels for everybody who is involved. And this is a great example of that. And I just want to first just thank everybody who presented this afternoon. The good work that you're doing, really on a personal level, my daughter turned 13 today. Her triennial IEP is next week. And I think one of the notes on the slide was starting transition at 16 is 15 years too late. I think something like that. And absolutely, I'm always looking ahead and wondering, and the backwards mapping, start with the big dream and going backwards, and how can we get there? And so for that, Sean and Joyce, you both are our role models for my daughter and myself. One person is doing most of the hard work, and then the other person is supporting and helping to navigate and help you help yourself. And so thank thank you both. That last poem that you shared with us with that artist, I'm like ready to cry, so I'm gonna pass the mic. But thank you all for coming and sharing with us. And I agree. I think your questions, Joyce, I want to say yes to all of them. That's my personal response, but I know as a group we will answer those are very important questions and very astute commentaries there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Topalian.
I want to just echo everyone else. Thank you for to all the presenters, and thank you to Sean. You're inspiring, you're motivational. I mean, if you want to go into giving back into schools, please see me. Think about school psychology. We could talk if it's something you want to do, because I mean, just being able to have a role model like you in the schools to see that success is possible it just gives someone with a disability just that hope. And as I always say, if we could help one child in this lifetime, each of us, then we've done more than that's enough at this point, because we can't expect more at that. But thank you. I appreciate it. And if you still want to talk about school psychology, let me know.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
All right, Commissioner Hamilton.
I too want to thank everyone for their wonderful presentations, but particularly you, Sean. It's great to see your successes, and congratulations on all of that. I am the mother of a disabled daughter who fortunately goes to a really amazing full inclusion program where there is a presumption of competence from the get-go. And I think sharing your story, Sean, is a good starting point to continue to educate and build awareness to everyone that should be where all of the teachers, administrators, school education system should always be starting from a place of presuming competence for every student. And I think we get caught up in a lot of, proving you can do this or that, when we really should even the playing field, because students with and without disabilities should all be given the opportunity to have that presumption of competence. So kudos to you, Sean, for sharing your story. Keep doing it.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Topalian, is that a new hand?
Oh, sorry.
All right. Commissioner Notch and Graff, I want to allow you guys an opportunity to speak.
I just want to say one more thing. Can I squeeze it in?
Yes.
I wanted to piggyback off of Commissioner Tostin's comments about starting inclusion from an early age, but I also, something we don't talk about often here is continuing inclusion throughout the full breadth of the education process, because I feel it really drops off, particularly at high school. And I think that that's something we really need to talk about and address. It's important to start with it, but we need that continuity throughout the whole phase of education.
Just want to thank Commissioner Hamilton for her clarifications. My comments were intended to start early, continue all the way through. So I didn't want that to be misinterpreted. Thank you, Don.
All right. I see a hand from Lopez, but did Graff or Notch want to say something, or will it?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. And yes, I also want to thank all the presenters, and especially Sean. It's so important to hear the student voice. And so thank you so much for sharing your story with us. I do have a question for Sue Sawyer, though, in terms of developing more university programs, similar to those like at UC Davis, the Think College programs, and so forth. I know there was a bill in the legislature that was introduced in the legislature to provide funding for university programs. I think it was designed primarily for CSU universities and their private universities that also would like to be able to establish. I'll just speak on behalf of my own university, Loyola Marymount. who wants to start a Think College program. Have you heard anything about trying to move that forward so that we have more university programs for our students with disabilities?
I haven't heard specifically regarding the legislation to move it forward. I know it was proposed. I would definitely start coming back to the table. One of the things that we learned through the research we did on the high school diploma is that the decision to put somebody on a less academic track is made at the 4th grade level. Test scores come out and you're going to have the skill sets to be able to learn those academics. You're going to be prepared for middle school and high school and post-secondary education. And then we have another group of students where the focus is functional skills. And what we discovered when we interviewed the college to career programs and Beth at the SEEDS program is that the students arrived on that campus with no academic foundation. And what the college did was provide adequate personal guidance. They provided accommodations, intensive reading remediation if necessary. And those same students that left the K-12 system with no academic skills passed the classes at the colleges, at the community colleges and at the university. And they got their industry certifications and they were able to go to work. And I think we need to take a few lessons from the experiences that these youth had at the community college. Because what is really impacting all of the preparation for transition begins with expectations. And if we don't expect them to learn, we don't teach them. If we do expect them to learn, we find ways through universal design for learning and for inclusion to be able to help them achieve their goals. And it's not necessarily modifications that are used in all of the research we have done. It is accommodations, it's adequate personal support, it's the selection of the right classes that lead to these positive outcomes. And we have 17 programs throughout the state of California, and thinkcollege.net actually has a website that lists all of those colleges. I think it's something that, and to be honest, even financial aid, the criteria for being able to gain financial aid requires a diploma or a GED. The only exception is for students with significant cognitive disabilities who are in these CTP types of programs, and they're eligible for the financial aid even without the diploma. So there is a real push. And I think that we need to capitalize it, and we keep needing to work on legislation. The legislation that said we were going to start transition planning at age 14 is still hung up. I think, there's 29 states that start at 14. I would go to 12, but that's just me. But anyway, now I'm getting into my personal opinions. But I just think that we have got to really work on expectations and helping people understand these young people can learn. It's presenting the information in meaningful ways. It's using universal design and inclusion are the path to getting them where we hope they go.
Thank you so much. That was incredibly helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Lopez.
So thank you for that, Ms. Sawyer. I think you are wonderful. I wish we could go back 19 years, but I'm glad we're here today. Sean, you're absolutely amazing, and you're blessed to have family and community and the resources to help you reach your full potential. Every individual should be afforded the same. My 19-year-old daughter, Isabella, had this same dream of graduation and employment, and she still does. She's always been included into a fully general classroom as a general education student first. It doesn't mean she has always had the services to be successful in inclusion, and we've just talked about that and what that entails, what it needs, what we need for that. Since there was not a lot of early start 19 years ago. I mean, she had to show signs of disability before services were given, so you had to let them be delayed instead of, what we're doing now to make that difference. And she wasn't diagnosed with autism. She has Down syndrome and she's autistic until she was in 7th grade autism, because someone said she's too social. She can't be autistic. Kind of crazy to think that way, but we've come a long ways. So she's still fighting the fight. She tells everyone she's going to college now. She's in 13th grade. But we're still working towards that diploma, and we're getting there. So thank you all for being here today. So it's emotional. It's very emotional to hear all of this, and it's so positive. And I hope we just keep moving forward, a little faster. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Notch.
Thank you. I will, I don't know, 3rd, 4th at this point. Oh, is that, do you hear that music?
One moment. Okay, there we go.
Oh. It's a movie score to my comment. This is wonderful. All right. Well, it's perfect, because I was going to say I'm going to 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th the comments about trying to keep it together. I've been doing that trick where you dig your fingernails into your palm so that you don't cry, and I think that really speaks to how profoundly moving and inspiring this presentation was for all of us. I had chills as a parent of a 5th grader with a disability who just this weekend shared with me that he now has to give up his goal of being a vet, his dream that he's had for as long as I can remember, because he needs extra help in math, and that means he can't be a vet. I would love to, I can't wait for this webcast to go live and to show him your presentation and to have him see you, Sean, and speak directly to your experience. So thank you. And then professionally, I was getting text messages from one of my coordinators who logged in to watch the presentation, and she said she was so torn because she was literally on her way to Smart and Final to develop it as a job site for our workability program. And she said, I can't be in both places at once, but this is so wonderful and powerful. And so I think that's all I can say, because I've dug holes into my palms at this point with my fingernails. Just thank you so much for being here, everybody, and presenting. And thank you for really just setting such a shining example for what should be for everybody.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Hamilton, is that a new hand?
No, sorry.
Commissioner Ruiz, did I get you?
No, because everybody was just saying all the things that I was thinking and doing the nail digging. Sean, what energy and spirit and drive, and just seeing your grandma there, it's very emotional, and I can't thank you enough for just sharing who you are with us. It's moving, touching, inspiring, it's everything, and just thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
All right, Commissioner, is that a new hand?
Yes, I have a quick question, clarifying question. So come May, when a student takes throughout this year has an alternative pathway and they get their diploma, again, clarifying, does that mean that the student then with their diploma will not continue as if they had a certificate of completion in an adult transition program? Or is it yes, even though they have this diploma, they can continue an adult transition program? So I'll just put that out there for whoever would like to answer that.
I'll answer it. There are lots of ways to get earned diplomas in the state of California, and there are multiple pathways that exist for every student with an IEP. But if the student chooses, student and family choose to do the alternative pathway to a diploma, there are 2 or 3 things that I would give consideration to. And one of them is the perception that they may need a longer time to master those academic skills exists. And when we had Algebra 1 as a challenge, we had some school districts created 3 or 4 one-unit courses to build to the point where they had mastered the algebra. And that's possible to do this. But if you are on the alternative pathway to a diploma, you can get the diploma and stay in school. I question why people would get a diploma and then continue in school. That's going to be a student choice. And my guess is if they get their diploma, they're going to be excited to get out of school and get on with their life. The other thing is that you can do a course of study and say, okay, let's figure out if this student has 6 years, then let's factor that in and let's backward map from that. It's important they get those academic courses, and those academic courses need to be labeled the same: English, math, science, social science. So you can take a functional living kind of thing like financial literacy, and you can integrate that into the math curriculum, and it can be standards driven, it can be math related, but you're getting both. So I think there's a lot of work to be done to really understand the alternative pathway to a diploma. The other thing is that the diploma itself should not have anything that says it's a different or lesser than credential on it. The place to put that information is in the transcript, because the transcript is what universities and colleges use to choose what classes people qualify for, or if they're eligible to attend the university system. And so the transcript is the place to put that was earned through an alternative diploma pathway. There are lots of questions about it. And one of the things in law is it says it has to begin at grade 9. Unfortunately, we've got students who are in grades 11 and 12 and 13, and their parents want them to get a diploma, and this opens the door. So the parents are going to start being assertive about it, and we need to help the districts get ready for that without causing them too many problems. But
Director Calamise.
I just wanted to piggyback off of the comment, Sue, you just made as well, in terms of I think guidance needed for the alternative pathway. And so we are working to address the many questions that are coming our way in terms of guidance, because this is we're certainly excited that this option exists for our students, and certainly want LEAs and students to take advantage. So we're hoping to get out guidance as soon as possible as well.
Well, I'm getting hit up by a lot of parents, so I can give you some information about what the questions are.
Wonderful, thank you.
Well, Sue, Liz, Sean, and Joyce, you have given us a nice segue into our next item, which is Senate Bill SB 291. And so I'm not done yet. Director Calamise, you have a comment?
Yes, I think we have to put up the public comment slide.
Yes, I know. You have given us a lot to think about as we are preparing for SB 291. And I want to thank you all again for coming and sharing all your expertise and personal experiences with transition in California. And so, commissioners, please let's give them a virtual clap. And now let us put up the slide for public comment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The public comment slide is now up. Again, the dial-in number is 717-908-1937. And the participant access code is 4679071#. As a reminder, prior to making public comment, speakers should make sure the volume on their computer is muted to avoid echoing or feedback sounds during the call. Once again, if you would like copies of meeting materials, you can request that by emailing acse@cde.ca.gov. We will be waiting a few minutes to allow the public to dial in.
Janelle, is there any comments?
We have no callers.
All right, commissioners, we now move into item number 5, Senate Bill 291, Advisory Commission on Special Education. Commissioners, I'm going to try to share my screen. Commissioners, can you see the document on my screen?
We can see it.
All right. So I would like to draw your attention to Senate Bill 291, the Advisory Commission on Special Education. SB 291 was signed into law by Governor Newsom. This bill directly impacts the composition of the commission's membership by adding 2 voting student commissioners. I would like the commission together to read and unpack the bill language, yes, line by line, so we can discuss what committee work and collaboration is ahead. May I ask one of the co-chairs of the Leg and Policy Committee to please read aloud the bill language currently on the screen. So that would be either Commissioner Tostin or Commissioner Notch. Do I have a volunteer out of one of you?
I would be happy to do it.
Just asking as the interpreters to be mindful of your pace. Thank you.
Thank you. So February 1st, 2021, an act to amend section 33590 of the Education Code relating to special education. The Legislative Council's digest is as follows. SB 291, as amended by Stern Advisory Commission on Special Education. Existing law establishes the Advisory Commission on Special Education as an entity in state government consisting of 17 members to, among other things, study and provide assistance and advice to the State Board of Education, the Superintendent of Public Instruction, the Legislature, and the Governor in new or continuing areas of research, program development, and evaluation in special education. This bill would increase the number of members on the commission to 19 and would require the commission to appoint 2 pupils with exceptional needs, 16 to 22 years of age inclusive, to the commission for a term of 1 year as provided. The vote was majority. There is no appropriation. Yes for fiscal committee, and state mandated local program, no. Oh, more? This feels like an assignment in school.
We are unpacking it, but go ahead.
Okay, I'll keep going. How is the pace? Okay, excellent. The people of the state of California do enact as follows. Section 1. Section 33590 of the Education Code is amended to read 33590A. There is in state government the Advisory Commission on Special Education consisting of the following 19 members. 1, a member of the Assembly appointed by the Speaker of the Assembly. 2, a member of the Senate appointed by the Senate Committee on Rules. 3 public members appointed by the Speaker of the Assembly, 2 of whom shall be individuals with a disability or parents of pupils in either a public or private school who have received or are currently receiving special education services due to a disabling condition. 4, 3 public members appointed by the Senate Committee on Rules, 2 of whom, I lost my place. 2 of whom shall be individuals with a disability or parents of pupils in either a public or private school who have received or are currently receiving special education services due to a disabling condition. 5, 4 public members appointed by the governor, 2 of whom shall be parents of pupils in either a public or private school who have received or are currently receiving special education services due to a disabling condition. 6, 5 public members appointed by the State Board of Education upon the recommendation of the superintendent or the members of the State Board of Education, 3 of whom shall be parents of pupils in either a public or private school who have received or are currently receiving special education services due to a disabling condition, and one of whom shall be a representative of the charter school community. And 7, 2 members appointed by the commission, both of whom shall be pupils with exceptional needs, 16 to 22 years of age inclusive.
And this is the last page.
Okay, I'm going to keep going. B1, each member shall be selected to ensure that the commission is representative of the state population and composed of individuals involved in or concerned with the education of children with disabilities, including parents of children with disabilities, age birth to 26 years inclusive, individuals with disabilities, teachers, representatives of higher education that prepare special education and related services personnel, state and local education officials, including but not limited to officials who carry out activities under Part B, commencing with Section 11431 of Subchapter 6 of Title 42 of the United States Code, administrators of programs for children with disabilities, representatives of other state agencies involved in the financing or delivery of related services to children with disabilities, representatives of private schools and public charter schools, at least one representative of a vocational community or business organization concerned with the provision of transition services to students or to children with disabilities, and a representative from the State Department of Social Services responsible for foster care, and representatives from the state juvenile and adult corrections agencies. 2, each member shall be knowledgeable about the wide variety of disabling conditions that require special programs in order to achieve the goal of providing an appropriate education to all eligible pupils. 3, a majority of the members of the commission shall be individuals with disabilities or parents of children with disabilities who are ages birth to 26 years inclusive. C, the commission shall select one of its members to be chairperson of the commission. In addition to other duties, the chairperson shall notify the appointing bodies when a vacancy occurs on the commission and of the type of representative listed in subdivision B who is required to be appointed to fill the vacancy. D1, except as provided in paragraph 2, the term of each public member is 4 years. 2, the term of each pupil appointed pursuant to paragraph 7 of subdivision A is 1 year, with the option to serve a second term of 1 year. And E, a public member may not serve more than 2 terms.
All right, Commissioner Notch, thank you. Let me stop share so I can see one. Now that we have read and understand what the new law requires, I would like the commission to reflect on and discuss the following. Number 1, establishing a bylaws committee to update, amend Section 2 membership and Section 3 student members of the ACSE 2019 bylaws. Number 2, establishing a mentorship and training committee to help support new commissioners and to provide accommodations and/or universal design for learning, if you will, to meeting materials in partnership with the Special Education Division, CDE staff. Number 3, review the current student commissioner selection process identified in ACSE 2019 bylaws and discuss possible language updates. And 4, the possibility of returning to in-person meetings to support these exciting work opportunities. So, commissioners, let's dive into some of these questions. I think I would like to start with us unpacking question number 4, because that will give us a better understanding of how to navigate through questions 1 to 3. Can we do that? I don't see nothing out here. Come on, guys.
What's question 4 about the return to in-person?
Let me read question number 4 again.
Yes.
The possibility of returning to in-person meetings to support these exciting work opportunities. And so I guess I want us to really understand what are the barriers preventing ACSE from returning to in-person meetings. We have so much to do with SB 291. So does anybody else have any questions to that, any feedback? I can't see who's that.
That's a loaded question, but yes. Barriers. I'm raising my hand, sorry.
Commissioner Topali, can you expand, please?
Yes, so I said the barriers appear to, well, again, not knowing much, but it seems like maybe perhaps CDE's not going back in person, and that's an issue, so we can't show up? I don't know. I mean, just one of those.
Director Collins, I see your hand up.
Yes, to respond to Commissioner Topalian, CDE is in a hybrid model at this point in time. However, that does not sort of preclude the commission from meeting in person, and certainly this is an area that we will continue discussions and definitely want to shoot to have the February meeting in person. I certainly agree and would love to be sitting with you all here. I'm here by my lonesome self in the boardroom, but you know, we are and we have been sort of following suit of the State Board of Education, who is also meeting virtually during this time as well. But certainly, you know, would love to make plans and discuss returning to in-person meetings. I think we all recognize the value of meeting together as well.
Thank you for the clarification.
Commissioner Costin, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, I was actually just going to say some of the same comments that Director Calamese shared in terms of following the practice of the State Board. Highlighting, I believe the State Board has a meeting in November and January. So, you know, following the practice of the State Board, it appears we'll have some clarity within one or two of their next meetings in terms of the direction we're headed.
Commissioner Notch.
Thank you. I have a logistical question regarding the committee work and the virtual format for our meetings. If we are in a virtual format instead of in person, are we only able to hold one committee meeting per ACSE meeting, or would we be able to split into different committees because we have existing ones now, and then I've heard through the meeting discussion of adding additional committees. So just thinking about the logistical, technical support piece of that might help us move through this process. I don't know exactly who to direct that to, but anybody who might be able to help us with that, that would be very helpful for me to understand more fully.
Commissioner Havaughnia Hayes-White seems like she's frozen.
I got frozen, I guess.
Chair Hayes-White, if you turn off your video feed, we might be able to hear you like we had earlier in the meeting.
All right, let me turn the camera down. Commissioner, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry. I heard Notch's comment, but it was kind of choppy on my end. Was there a response by Director Calamise, or that was just a comment, Notch?
I was hoping to get just clarification on the constraints that we may have to work within if we remain in a virtual format, because we're trying to plan how we're going to move forward in this work, and it potentially involves adding a committee. And if there are limitations on the number of committees that can meet and do work based on the virtual format, I think that would impact the rest of the discussion. So if there is a possibility for an answer, that would be fantastic.
And that's why I'm opening up this floor, because it does impact how we move forward. Director Calamise, you have any? I know you already had a comment, but the commission really wants to be able to do its work, and Commissioner Notch is right. If we were to remain in a virtual format, then we normally only have one committee meeting or one committee hour for each day. And so that would impact navigating through multiple committees.
Right. And I just was actually talking to some of our tech support. It's I think a larger discussion that we can explore. But in terms of an answer right now, I can't provide that answer just at this moment, but certainly want to recognize that should we be virtual, sort of figuring out that piece of the meeting will be something that we can discuss as well. So on our end, we'll circle back to get a little bit more information for you.
Thank you. Commissioner Notch, is that answer your question?
Yes, I think more information would be great. I appreciate you looking into that. Thank you. That helps us figure out how we can work within whatever format we have available. Thank you.
All right. I see a hand for Commissioner Oyakawa.
Yeah, two things actually. One, to follow up on Commissioner Notch's question, I guess for Director Calamise, when you help answer that, I'm curious, I never really understood how we are supposed to have committee meetings while not violating rules about having commissioners discuss things on their own. And so I just want to make sure when we get that information, like if you can help us understand how to navigate those rules as well.
Absolutely, and we can pull in our legal team as well to make sure that we're all on the same page. No, that's an excellent point.
Thank you. And then I did have another question. I would, again, also love to meet in person. I miss seeing you, and I would love to see the others of you in person, as long as it's safe and we're allowed to. I wonder if we have the technical ability to have those who are not able to come in for whatever reason, their own safety or other scheduling issues, to have those who needed to be, if they could be joining remotely while the rest of us were in person, if that's something that is permitted and technically feasible as well. That's just a question I have for, I guess, down the road as well. Thank you.
Okay, commissioners, please let me know if there is someone who needs to make a comment or who wants to make a comment on this topic.
To Commissioner Oyakawa's question on folks attending in person and commissioners potentially participating in a hybrid manner, that's, I mean, again, a hybrid meeting and something that from a technology standpoint we could support.
Thank you, Director Calamise, for that response. Commissioner Tostin, I hear you. You need to say something?
Yeah, so in terms of the other committees, the Bylaw Committee and the Mentorship and Training, are you looking for volunteers, or are you appointing commissioners? And are we doing that today?
Good, wonderful question. Let's see who's interested. I've already asked for folks who may be interested in the Mentorship and Training Committee. And as far as the Bylaws Committee, I am trying to, I think I should hold off until we have the election for the vice chair. What do you think?
Yes, that makes sense.
So why don't we hold off on appointments to these two committees? Well, let me just ask this. Commissioners, what do you think about us holding off on appointing folks to these two committees until we figure out how we're moving forward in February? Commissioner Oyakawa, I see your hand.
I understand the reasoning behind that. If we're waiting to see who might become the vice chair, at the same time, I'm concerned about waiting so long to get started on those committees. I think the work would be great to get that going, especially as we get like students applying, and I thought we were trying to get that going sooner than later, but I don't have a strong opinion. I just wanted to mention that I do think, if it were 2 months, I think I would be okay, but I think it's 4 months until our next meeting. So I would prefer to not wait. That's my opinion.
I hear that, but what are the logistics between now and February, and who's going to be doing all that committee work in between now and February, you know?
But I also heard today, I'm sorry, Commissioner Chair Hayes-White, may I please speak?
Yes, please.
I also heard this morning when they were going through the Roberts rules and the different things that we can do, we could also call special meetings.
Yes, we can.
So is that something we can do beforehand, perhaps? Because I feel like 4 months is a long time. And just to wait to get started, I know from the Mental Health Committee, it's just like you get the momentum, you stop. You get the momentum, you stop. So the work needs to be done now. I mean, that, as you know, I mean, that's the whole thing. So I feel like either we're going to perhaps decide on a special meeting sooner to do some of this work, to take the votes and move forward to assist you as well, or we have to do something. It's just my opinion. I throw it out there.
That's a lot for us to unpack, and I agree with that, but I'm just trying to figure out, we need to figure out the logistics between now and February and the workload on the committee folks. David Tossin, I heard your voice.
Yeah, I'm a little rusty on all of the rules, but my understanding is individual commissioners one-on-one can have conversations to plan for the next meeting, as long as it does not become a serial meeting. So Commissioner Notch and I met to plan for the legend policy conversation tomorrow. We did our work, sent our documents to the chair for the agenda, and that was the end of the engagement. So 2 commissioners, a small committee, can do the work in the interim. What can happen is developing, recommendations for implementation at the very next meeting, because we all wouldn't have heard that. So if we assign committee chairs today, those individuals could begin the work, in terms of sketching out an outline or some specific deliverables, assuming that we all as a body decide, by the next meeting, we'd like the bylaws committee to draft language. That would be a charge that they could work on.
Okay, so let's think about this. Commissioners Ruiz and Commissioners Topalian have expressed their interest to co-chair for the membership, what's it called, and training committee? Mentorship. Thank you. The mentorship and training committee. Is that correct, Commissioner Ruiz and Topalian?
That is correct.
Topalian?
Oh, muted.
I've been talking. Yes, that is correct.
All right. So for our mentorship and training committee, we have co-chairs Commissioner Ruiz and Topalian. Now, regarding the bylaws committee, commissioners, I think we need to have honestly, I would propose that the chair and vice chair would be the co-chairs for the bylaws committee. What say you, commissioners?
I think that sounds great. I almost want to, I don't know how to ask this question, but I don't know if we have a clue of who might be our vice chair. I know we can't do that. I know we have a process. I get that, but it would sure be nice if, I don't know, we had an idea.
Or let me ask this. Which commissioners would be interested in serving as a co-chair to the bylaws committee? How about I ask that? Commissioner Notch, I see your hand.
I have a question about timing, to Commissioner Oyakawa's point earlier about making sure that we don't wait until February to get the work started. I'm hoping it's okay to speak on behalf of my co-chair for Legend Policy, Commissioner Tostin. I think it's something that if we did need to get the work started sooner than having the vice chair in place, we could also, from a Legend Policy perspective, start the work at least on looking at the bylaws if we need something in the interim term to get going in order to move all of the work we're doing together forward. Just putting it out as an offer.
I would jump in and echo my support in an interim setting until we can continue to make decisions and have all of the folks situated and in the chairs going forward prospectively. If we all can agree that bylaws falls under policy, for the next two meetings, we would be able to have the conversation and move it forward a bit.
I second that.
Great idea.
So let me understand, please, someone repeat what we are seconding.
So for this circumstance, the Legislation and Policy Committee would begin working on the bylaws until we could establish the Bylaws Committee.
Okay, well, that's a thought, but I put out a request for someone to volunteer themselves to serve as a co-chair to the Bylaws Committee.
So point of clarification, to serve as the co-chair, because I thought I heard the chair and vice chair serving as the leads for the Bylaw Committee.
That is my vision, but if someone is willing to volunteer, if a commissioner is willing to volunteer and get it started, I'm asking who is interested.
Would that be a co-chair with you then, Chair Hayes-White? I mean,
yes, a co-chair to the committee. Yes, a co-chair to the Bylaws Committee.
And you are already on that committee, so they would be working with you until we have a vice chair.
Not so to speak. They could continue to serve unless they want to step down. But if you want to serve as the co-chair to the Bylaw Committee, please, let's talk about it.
Yeah, and Madam Chair, I believe you're an ex officio member of all committees.
Yep.
Okay,
so when I hear from David,
help, but in like a vice chair beginner position, how's that?
Sorry, Commissioner Sorter, can I ask you to repeat what you said? I didn't hear.
It doesn't look like we're getting a lot of volunteers. I would be happy to volunteer in is there a lesser, more of a vice chair? Being a newbie, right? I want to make sure I'm doing it correctly. Baby steps, if it helps.
So do I hear Commissioner Sorter flirting with serving as co-chair to the Bylaws Committee?
I think that's what we heard, and I'll volunteer to work with Commissioner Sorter, recognizing that you as the chair, Hayes-White, are still a member of the committee, but just background support if necessary.
All right, so am I hearing Commissioner Sorter and Commissioner Tostin volunteering to serve as co-chairs to the Bylaws Committee?
That's a yes from me.
Yes.
All right. Now we got that. We got that done. All right. So we have two committees. We have the Bylaws Committee co-chairing Commissioner Tostin and Commissioner Sorter. And then we have the Mentorship and Training Committee, co-chairs Topalian and Ruiz. Can we have a virtual clap? Commissioners, can you hear me or am I still freezing?
We can hear you.
We can hear you now.
I was asking for a virtual clap. Thank you so much to the volunteers. Thank you so much.
We're all virtually clapping.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So another topic before we move into the next item, I wanted the commission to think about having ACSE leadership write a letter to support to I don't know, to CDE, or I don't know who the proper persons would be to send this letter of support to show that we are interested in returning back to in-person meetings, especially in February 2023. Commissioners, what say you?
I'm in support of that. Commissioner Ruiz is supporting that idea.
Commissioner Lopez supports that idea, and my question would be, how could we support Dr. Calamise also in either writing a letter from our commission requesting or expressing our need to be in person to be more productive? I'm not sure how we would word that, but an idea.
Thank you, Commissioner Lopez. Anybody else? I can't see you guys, so you guys are gonna have to jump in.
Yes, we need a letter.
I'm in support of putting our request down.
I am as well.
I am as well. This is Christine Oyakawa.
Thank you.
I am as well.
Yes.
Mr.
Pratt.
I am with the caveat that there is the option for a hybrid model for those of us who have challenges with logistics based on the lack of childcare and nursing available after the pandemic.
No.
All right, Commissioner. Is there a motion on the floor? David Tossin, are you speaking for the motion?
Yeah, I'll make the motion. But before I do, I wanted to emphasize something Don said. Keeping the hybrid option available, I think, is essential because not only for parents who need to be local because of lack of providers, but also folks who are actively supporting schools or directly supporting school-based programs who may need to stay near the farm. So that being said, I make a motion that we write a letter emphasizing our desire to return to in-person meetings for the essential nature of our work as soon as possible.
I second the motion.
Commissioners, is there any discussion? I hope I'm doing this right.
You are.
Now you guys have to tell me because I can't see anything. So yeah, is there any discussion?
There doesn't appear to be any discussion, Chair Hayes-White.
All right. Director Calamise, can you facilitate a roll call vote?
Yes, let me pull up my sheet. Okay. Commissioner Graff?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Chair Hayes-White?
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez?
Yes.
Commissioner Notch?
Aye.
Commissioner Oyakawa?
Aye.
Commissioner Ruiz?
Aye.
Commissioner Sorter?
Yes.
Commissioner Topalian?
Yes.
Commissioner Tostin?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Commissioners, the motion passes. I can't see a virtual clap, but let's do a virtual clap. So, Janelle, can you please put up the public comment slide at this time?
The public comment slide is up. Once again, the dial-in number is 717-908-1937. And the participant access code is 4679071#. Please make sure your speakers are muted to avoid echoing or feedback sounds during the call. As a reminder, you may request copies of meeting materials by emailing acse@cde.ca.gov. We will wait a few minutes to allow the public to dial in. We have a caller. One moment, please. Caller, you are off mute. Please begin your public comment. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I am Judy McKinley, involved with learning disabilities and dyslexia. October is National Learning Disabilities Month. Specific learning disabilities is the largest handicapping group. Unfortunately, the needs of the largest disability group are rarely part of the Advisory Commission on Special Education's conversation. I am hoping the Commission will make reading one of its priorities. Many school districts are ignoring the need for students with learning disabilities for structured, systematic reading programs. The dyslexia guidelines have no teeth in them. I am asking the Commission to address the needs of dyslexic-specific learning disability students in your priorities. Thank you.
Janelle, are there any?
No.
I'm sorry, Janelle, I interrupted you. What did you say?
We have no other callers. Oh, I'm
Thank
sorry.
you.
I apologize. One just popped up. 1 second, please.
Okay.
Caller, you are off mute. Please begin your public comment. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners and the chair. This is Patty Matheny. I'm the chair of the State SELPA Association. I appreciate this opportunity to address the commission. The State SELPA works on the behalf of all students with disabilities. In fact, every student with a disability in the state of California is a student of a SELPA. Given this, our primary responsibility is to champion students with disabilities and to do all we can to improve outcomes for them. Over the past 4 years, the SELPA leads of the system of support, the statewide system of support, have been instrumental in leading this work. And I believe it is time the Commission learn about their phenomenal work. I ask that the Commission agendize at a meeting this year presentations from the SELPA system improvement leads and 4 content SELPA leads that are focused on students with autism, English learners, as well as those meeting the needs of those with assistive technology and addressing disproportionality. Thank you for considering this request.
Janelle, are there any other comments?
We have no other callers.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, we are going to move right on into item number 6, Operations and Planning Committee Report. I would like to highlight the conversation that we had during our O&P meeting hour today at 9 o'clock. We talked about the return of ACSE's Legislation Day and Capitol Visit. We discussed how the Legislation Day and Capitol Visit worked pre-COVID. And as one body, the Commission visited the Capitol annually during the month of April. And during our time at the Capitol, we met with staff of our state senators and legislative members. We shared our annual report and met with other staff within the governor's office. Took a tour of the Capitol grounds, had lunch over there, and really had an opportunity to learn what the legislature and Senate does with developing and putting laws into practice. And we also had a couple of commissioners share their experiences with their Capitol visit. And that was Commissioner Tostin and Commissioner Topalian. Can you share your experiences with the Capitol visit, please?
Absolutely. I've had the opportunity to participate in our visit to the Capitol, I want to say 2 or 3 times. And all times were very, very productive and informative. We were able to spend time meeting with some of our legislators, but most importantly, an opportunity to meet with the staff from both sides, as well as some of the staff that support the legislature, like staff from the LAO's office. So it's a great opportunity to learn the process, but also to have some conversations around topics that are current. In April, it's a very busy time of year for the legislature. And typically there are some special ed bills worthy of conversation. So it is a great opportunity for us to communicate advice and positions that we may have taken as a commission directly to legislators and staff. So looking forward and to a visit later this year if conditions allow.
Thank you. Commissioner Topalian, can you share?
I agree with Commissioner Tostin. It's just a great opportunity to meet, to discuss, to share all the great work we're doing, and also help them, educate them about some of the different things that we would need support, or some of the bills that are out there, and sharing just information and learning from our mentors as well, the ones that have been veterans commissioners, and then so we could continue the work, because it doesn't stop by just going out there and just doing it for that moment, but it also continues outside of like we do our liaison work. We also have to continue doing that as well, making our voice heard and to support students outside with disabilities.
Thank you, Commissioner Topalian. So I had an opportunity to speak with the Speaker of Assembly, Anthony Rendon's office earlier this month, and his staff person expressed excitement to meet the commission as a body, host a tour of the chamber, and coordinate a meet and greet with the chair of the Education Committee. And I would like to have the commission discuss our interest in the return of the Legislation Day Capitol visit for April of 2023. Commissioners, what say you?
Yes, let's return. This is Commissioner Ruiz.
This is Commissioner Graff. I heartily endorse that. Yes.
Same for Commissioner Notch. Very exciting.
100% from Commissioner Hamilton.
Commissioner Oyakawa, I absolutely would love the opportunity. Thank you for getting me.
Absolutely would love that.
All right, commissioners, you have to tell me if you're done speaking because I can't see.
Has everyone spoken?
Yes.
Wants to? Yes. Okay. Chair Hayes-White. Chair Hayes-White. Yes, everyone has spoken. Sounds like we're all in agreement to attend this.
All right. Is there a motion on the floor for ACSE leadership and CDE to submit a scheduling request to Speaker Rendon's office?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second.
Who's I?
Ruiz.
Thank you. Is there any discussion?
You don't see any hands up at this time.
All right. Director Calamise, can you facilitate a roll call vote?
Commissioner Graff.
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton.
Yes.
Chair Hayes-White.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Commissioner Notch.
Aye.
Commissioner Oyakawa.
Yes.
Commissioner Ruiz.
Aye.
Commissioner Sorter.
Yes.
Commissioner Topalian.
Yes.
Commissioner Tostin. I think he stepped away. Motion passes.
Thank you, commissioners. Let's do a virtual clap. And the other conversation that I want us to highlight is the ACSE annual report and the desire for the commission to have our report not only on SIP's website, but actually on our own, very own website. Now, commissioners, did I articulate that correctly? What say you?
Yes.
Yes. Commissioner Notch.
Yes. Commissioner Graff.
Yes. Commissioner Lopez.
That was Commissioner Ruiz that said it also.
Now, commissioners, and I know our website is a great resource for the field and for our audience to learn more about us. I would just like to, I would like for us to work with CDE to see if that's even possible. Director Calamise, do you think it's even possible for the ACSE annual report to be stored on our website along with the archives?
We're certainly happy to discuss the logistics behind that, so I'm happy to dialogue.
All right. So I don't know if we need a motion or is Commissioner Tostin on? Or commissioners, do you think we need a motion for us to show that we are interested in having our annual report located on our website?
I just think that's a given. But
I think our request would be that we have the dialogue. Definitely, at least that. I know. I think we've all shown our support to have it on there, but since Director Calamese said it would need to be a discussion first, then maybe we need to put that on the floor that we for sure have a discussion about it.
So moved.
All right. So let me clarify. So do we need to have it on the next agenda for us to make sure that we figure out the logistics and the parameters or the barriers preventing the annual report on the website? I don't know.
And Chair Hayes-White, Director Calamese has her hand raised.
Okay. Sorry, Director Calamese.
Yes, just one more thought behind this as well is also the possibility of linking the report from our website to the SIP website as well. So just wanted to put that possibility out there as well. We have done that for several other reports that have been posted on other websites, but have been linked from ours.
Well, I think that's
a great idea. Yeah, absolutely. Commissioners, what say you?
Do we put that on the floor that we want it linked? Do we need to do that, or we just are in agreement to have that?
I think there's a motion on the floor to have the discussion, and so I think it could be included in that.
Okay, so who made the motion?
Commissioner Graff.
Commissioner Ruiz seconds it.
All right, any discussion?
So just to be clear, this is Commissioner Lopez. We're putting a motion on the floor to discuss it, to be discussed at the next meeting. Okay, I got a little.
Commissioner Graff, can you please? No, Commissioner Graff, can you please repeat your initial motion?
To clarify, the motion is that Commissioner Hayes-White have a discussion with Director Calamese about the logistics of posting the site.
Okay, so that was clear. I missed that part, and but you cut out. But okay, we had this discussion this morning. Okay, so in our discussion, I guess that also means that when you're having this discussion, that you'll be talking to legal to see what our what we can or can't do, and then when we have our next meeting, we'll have more answers to moving forward.
Or we can just link it now too.
Correct. We wouldn't need a motion. We could just link it.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you for clarifying.
All right. So do we need Commissioner Graff to cancel her motion? Because it was first and seconded.
I can withdraw my motion.
Oh, there it is. All right. Thank you, commissioners. All right. That was lovely. So next, can we have the public comment slide put up?
The public comment slide is up. Again, the dial-in number is 717-908-1937. The access code is 4679071#. Before making comment, please make sure your speakers are muted to avoid echoing or feedback sounds during the call. And as a reminder, this is for public comment for this item only. Thank you.
Janelle, are there any public comments?
We have no comments.
All right, thank you. We now move into item number 7, general public comment. At the time, the public is invited to make comments on any matter, including items not on the agenda. Commissioners are precluded from discussing matters not on the agenda. However, questions may be asked by commissioners for clarification purposes. The Commission would like to acknowledge receipt of all public comments submitted via email. Issues raised by the public may be referred to a future meeting agenda. Public comments are limited to 2 minutes. Janelle, I already see the slide up.
Yes, once again, the public comment slide is up. This is for general comment. Dial-in number 717-908-1937. And the access code again is 4679071#. We have a caller. Caller, you are off of mute. Please begin your public comment. You have 2 minutes.
This is Judy McKinley again. I'm sorry I made the public comment at the wrong time. I didn't quite understand. Thank you.
We have no other callers.
All right. Commissioners, seeing no further business, I now adjourn our October 19th, 2022 meeting at 4:12 p.m. We will continue our day 2 meeting tomorrow, October 20th, 2022, online at 9:00 a.m. All right. See you tomorrow.